Good morning, everyone. Sorry about that. We're officially gavelled back into session. Welcome. We'll start with a nice review of the rules of engagement for everybody's benefit. CFO.
Thank you. Read the next slide, please. Just want to remind everyone that ACMO has pretty much told us that from now on our meeting is going to be hybrid, and that's why we have the connectivity via WebEx. We have some board members and quite a few others, as I can tell, that have signed in via WebEx. On the rules of engagement, I got to applaud this group from yesterday. Everyone identified themselves, and the note takers were able to identify you as they jotted down the notes. But again, I just want to go over to the greatest extent possible. Hold on your questions until the end of the presentation. And then at that point in time, just have your name tent up on its end, and then wait for the chair to recognize you or give the floor to you. And like I said, I have my team here behind you. We're limited on microphones. I allow them to get you the microphone before you speak. The reason why I say that is because those who are connected virtually, they are getting the audio via the speaker to the webcam back out to them. So we need you to talk into the microphone. As you all heard, this is being recorded. I think we have a good first day, and so we'll go ahead and kick off with our second day. I'll hand it back over to the chair. Sir?
Okay, thanks very much, Eugene. You'll see by the schedule what we have coming up today. A little bit of more of the same, and then some new issues or issues that we had also touched on yesterday, to include Metro coming up on our agenda. We should start today with some opening remarks from, or at least the opportunity from Mr. Bessler from the VEO, as well as Dr. Harris, and they are both indisposed this morning. So I'll pass the opportunity to Dr. Brigham. Dr. Braverman yields his time back to the chair. Okay, so if the core companies are ready for their presentation, are they in person? Right behind us. Very good. You all set, folks? Okay. Come on in. Do you have their slides? Okay, great. Okay, Jens, over to you.
Thank you so much for having us. How about now?
There you go.
Thank you all for having us this morning. My name is Cyrus Jahanian. I'm a development manager for the core companies. We're the developers for the MacArthur Field site, and with me is Brent Ross with New Directions Veterans, and they'll be, we partnered with them to provide services for MacArthur Field. So we're excited to report out to you all and kind of share a little bit about our project. Next slide. That's it. That's true. Okay. A little bit of context about MacArthur Field. We're on the north end of the campus. The field, we broke it up into two phases, phase A and B. Both are pretty much identical. So 75 units is each phase, one bedroom apartments primarily. And the first phase is under construction. We'll talk about that in a second. And we're slated to break ground or open things up at the end of 2024, next year. And the second phase, we're really excited because we secured all our soft funding. We applied for tax credits, and we just got looked at the kind of awards for who's in the pool, and we feel really good about the second phase. So should everything align, we'll break ground for the second phase at the end of this year. And that would mean construction completion by the end of 25. Thanks. So a little bit more about phase A. We broke ground at the beginning of January. It's an 18-month construction period. 4 months before the units will be ready for occupancy, we're going to start working with New Directions and our property managers, EAH, to start coordinating with the coordinated entry system, getting our referrals going, and trying to qualify veterans for these units. And so in total, we're anticipating like an 8-month lease-up duration. So 4 months before the building's open and then 4 months after to get us to kind of our full leased operating building by the end of 25. Next, please. And so who's the focus? You know, who's our customer here? Who are we serving? All of our units are earmarked for veterans who have DASH vouchers. They'll be veterans earning between 30% to 50% of the area median income. And per the funding sources that we're able to raise to make this project possible, we have to earmark select units into different batches. So we have some units earmarked for veterans who qualify as chronic homeless. Other definitions are disabled homeless. And then we have 10% of our units for dishonorably discharged veterans. And that was a requirement from the DHHP funding source that we were granted. And so that's where a lot of our partnership with ND Vets comes into play, is providing services, medical services, and connecting them to services that wouldn't be eligible, they're not eligible for as the dishonorably discharged vets.
Just to clarify, John Kuhn, acting deputy director of GLA. When you say not eligible for VA healthcare, and then you also said dishonorable, do you mean to say just dishonorable or dishonorable and also other than honorable?
Also, other than honorable.
Ineligible for VA healthcare.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying. Next slide, please. And so again, with the folks that we're serving, so the amenities that we're providing is, you know, from our experience, if you have 75 permanent supportive housing units, you may end up with 75 dogs. So we've got dog park, dog walk, dog wash areas, smoking areas, because that is a need for a lot of our residents. And so a place for them to smoke with dignity while not burdening other residences. We have a porch area, rocking chairs, community garden, and some of those central barbecue amenities. The loop, so we've got a nice landscaping plan that kind of perimeters the building, and then that will extend on to the second phase of MacArthur Field, where you can walk loops, kind of pace, walk your dogs, and just promoting a bit of an outdoor lifestyle while we know a lot of our residents will be aging in place. Inside the property, we'll have community room, TV room, business centers, computer labs, things like that. But most importantly, there'll be offices for supportive services, as well as conference rooms for some more group exercises where they can have privacy, but also work on things together. Next, please. And so with that, I'd like to introduce Ren Ross with New Directions Veterans.
Thank you, Cyrus, and it's a pleasure to be here. Like you said, we're New Directions for Veterans. We're a service provider that have our corporate building here on the VA campus, Building 116. We operate as the transitional housing organization in support from the VA in order to help our veterans get off the street and start getting linked up to services and things of that nature. They can stay in our facility up to 2 years. But obviously an important part of that progress is permanent supportive housing after we start linking them up to the VA resources. That's where these units come in and the services that we're going to provide. New Directions for Veterans, we have over 15 facilities in LA County in which we have experience offering these types of services, over 700 units annually, with obviously more on the pipeline for MacArthur Field, Alpha, and Bravo. It's important for us to partner with developers who are veteran-centric when it comes to service delivery. New Directions requires that funding comes out of cash flow for service coordination so we can ensure that during the life of the project, veterans have services. Now, it's important to mention our partners in that endeavor. Next slide, please. So we partner with multiple third-party agencies, including the VA, obviously, for services on this site. Having licensed clinical social workers from the VA as well helps us really also address the mental, physical disability side of supportive services. Now, New Directions, based on the population and industry standards, will have 2 full-time staff for each 75 units. And essentially, they'll be in charge of service delivery and coordination for the entire building, both Alpha and Bravo. Some of the third-party agencies that we work with, like Cyrus said, we have veterans who do not qualify for VA healthcare. We partner with legal organizations and nonprofits to help our veterans increase that discharge status by going through the legal option to help them address that issue. So not only, do we want these veterans on our campus as far as the VA, we want to address the very barrier that they're facing. And sometimes, our biggest population that we serve is the Vietnam era. And there's a lot of vets who were drafted into that war who maybe didn't have, the ambition to go so. And they suffered the consequences of war fatigue and PTSD. And that's where we can come in and try to help them turn that around because we don't believe it deserves a lifelong sentence. Like Cyrus said, there's a partnership here. So it's not everybody operating in their silos and delivering service to our vets. We work directly with property management and the VA staff to ensure all 28 enhanced services and counting. So we are improving the services each year based on best practices are delivered to our veterans on site. The VA staff focus primarily on the health care and the mental health care, and that's kind of their scope of service delivery to our vets. And we help implement their strategy, but also ensure that all third-party organizations are involved to address any need during the life of the project for our veterans. Next slide. Here's a list of the enhanced services that New Directions will be providing. But like I said, there'll be no stone left unturned when it comes to serving our vets, regardless of the issue that they're facing. We will go above and beyond to address that in coordination with the VA, of course. This partnership is important of having a community environment on campus. And that's where we've seen with our experience that we are the most successful in housing retention, which we have a 96% success rate in. I'll turn it back to Cyrus.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, with that concludes our presentation, but we're here to answer any questions you all may have.
Mr. Allman.
Anthony Allman for the record. Thanks for the presentation. I think one novel service that's provided was the dog park / dog wash, which I think is great. Is that available to all of the residents? Is that available to the general veteran community? What are the restrictions on that?
That's a good question. In our intent of the design, we got phase A and B, almost creating this sub-community within the MacArthur Field project, or within the West LA campus. That's just because Core Companies is developer, we're responsible for this field. So with that said, as of right now, I believe those amenities are for the MacArthur Field residents. However, we could circle up with the collective and make sure that for the broader 1,600 units on the campus, that we could address the dog needs, certainly.
Because I'm sure you know that there is a dog park on VA property here, but it's pretty detached from the main campus. And I know that in the past, a lot of veterans have expressed a desire to bring their companion or service animals with them into housing. And, which I think it's a great service that you offer. I'm just curious if there's been any discussion with regard to access. So it sounds like for right now, it's for the benefit of the MacArthur Field project for phase A and B residents.
Correct.
Okay. One other question I have, right now, it looks like eligibility is 30 to 50% AMI. Due to some of the financing, you're going to include other than honorable veterans and dishonorable, or just other than honorable? I just wanted to clarify.
Yes, thank you for that. It is other than honorable. I was previously.
Essentially, they cannot qualify for VA healthcare, so it does encompass the other than honorable.
Good. Sorry, that's
the
mine.
Yeah.
Essentially, the qualification is either eligible or ineligible for VA healthcare, and it does encompass both of those discharges.
Okay. Was there any other particular subpopulations of the veteran community for this phase A or phase B, for example, female veterans?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's no discrimination against female veterans. Male or female veterans can reside at MacArthur Field.
Male and female veterans can reside at MacArthur Field. Obviously, it's important for us, for all of our veterans to feel safe. And that's why we operate tightly as a group to ensure that for each resident, because there will be challenges with some of our vets on site. And that's what we're there for.
And I'm sure there's fair housing stuff at play.
Yes.
I asked because, this particular project was one of the first, if not the first, new construction contemplated way back in 2015. And at the time, there was discussion about having it be a female veteran and dependent orientated housing development. And it sounds like over time, maybe that emphasis is not has gone away, or maybe in terms of discussing the financing aspects to it, it needed to be a much broader scope. I just wanted to raise that, to say, has that been, is that a part of the official enhanced use lease terms from way back in 2015?
To my knowledge, no. For the last 2.5 years that I've been working on this project, we have not discussed it being a female-only living facility. So right now we've got these demographics,
Yeah.
and already that kind of hamstrings us for the pool that we can select. And so we will be coordinating with the permanent entry system. We want to do it 4 months in advance, so that way we can give folks a fair chance to apply and work through any hiccups that they have. But
From my perspective, I don't think it was for the exclusive use of female veteran independents only. I think, one of the things Dr. Bamberger talks about all the time is, the services component, and ensure that the services are tailored to the population that lives there.
Yeah.
And that's the only reason why I bring it up, is that if that is still currently the plan, which it sounds like it's maybe not the emphasis, are the supportive services going to be there for that particular sub-demographic?
Yes, and we really appreciate you asking that question. It's an important aspect of how we continue to move forward veteran care. And essentially, we have a women's program, the OASIS program, that our Vice President of Programs, who's sitting in the back, Dr. Susan Michael, helped produce. And we really tailor these services to our population. We understand that everybody has a story, and everybody has different traumas and things they've experienced. And one of the traumas that some of our female applicants have faced is military sexual trauma. And so we want to ensure that their services tailored to their needs, to include domestic violence advocacy. And so we will be there for the life of the project for them, but also ensure that they have safety and work closely with our partners on safety protocols and things of that nature as well. So that is an absolute 100% focus of moving services forward, but it has been a challenge because based on fair housing, we've been turned down from having an all veteran, female veteran facility.
It makes sense. I think there's justifications for why that is the case. That's it. I think the dog park, as far as the amenities, is great. I don't think in terms of what we've heard from other developers in terms of services offered within the building, it's probably the most unique. So whoever thought of that, great idea.
Okay, Dr. Bamberger, followed by Mr. Zinner, followed by Mr. Montgomery.
Hi, Josh Bamberger for the record. If there were a nurse that was employed by the VA, would there be a place for him or her to have an office in this new facility?
I believe the answer is yes, because right now, from what I recall, we have at least 2 private offices and then 1 conference room for the residents. We have 3 areas, 1 for the leasing office, 1 for New Direction Vets team, and the 3rd for the VA support service managers. So I think certainly there's flexibility where we can convert one, while the way that we finance the building, the way that we plan to operate the building does not include a nurse.
I understand, space is the final frontier after all. Second question, and this isn't necessarily for you, but maybe for John or Dr. Braverman. If there were a nurse in the facility who are employed by the VA, would they be able to take care of people who are not receiving VA benefits? I know it's a maybe not fair hypothetical, but there you go.
I think the answer is maybe. And the reason why I say that, there are certain things we can do for homeless veterans who are care ineligible in regards to triage and other sorts of things. For primary care, the answer would be no. For emergency mental health crises, the answer would be yes. So that's why I kind of said maybe, depending upon the situation.
Great, thank you. And then continuing that theme, what is the plan for the healthcare services for the people who do not receive VA benefits?
So if I can add to that, it's John Kuhn, the acting deputy director. Part of the expectation in any of these projects is that staff associated with the project, whether that's HUD-VASH staff or the developer, would have healthcare navigators who would connect veterans who are ineligible for care to other services in the community. So if someone was Medi-Cal eligible, they would be connected to a community health provider. And this will also be important as we develop services where there may be dependents in the building. Those children obviously are not going to be eligible for VA healthcare, and they're going to be connected to services in the community. So that will be an important element of any service plan.
Right, which is sort of what I'm getting at is, in my experience at a CBOC in San Francisco, the wonderful social workers I work with don't know a lot about non-VA related services. So what efforts are you going to make to develop those relationships with the Venice Family Clinic or whatever else is the appropriate FQHC for these people?
Absolutely, and thank you for asking that question. That is very important. We actually partner with UltiMed. So we bring one of those third-party agencies into the site to offer those services to our veterans that are especially ineligible for VA healthcare. But it's for the entire population as well. If they have dependents, things like that, a spouse. We know with the service connection ratings, you have to be 100% in order for your spouse to be covered by that insurance. So we partner with UltiMed, and we have support letters that illustrate that. And they even help us do medication management, substance use, physical and mental health care, with also live-in aids and things of that nature. So we absolutely are thinking ahead of what's necessary, and we want vets to have options. Obviously, some vets will struggle with certain aspects of maybe care they receive on one side. We want to be able to have an opportunity for them to get the care they feel like they need.
Great. And in that also theme, only if you're 100% service connected can you get dental care through the VA. And it's a huge gap in terms of service for all veterans receiving, almost all veterans receiving care at the VA. So starting now to get a pool of funds that could be available for the residents so that they can have some funding to serve the private care dental services in the LA area, I think would be a great idea.
And UltiMed also covers the dental. So all applicants on site will have the ability to be linked up to UltiMed for their dental needs. So that was obviously our veterans' teeth are important when it comes to quality of life. So that's absolutely something we thought of. It will be in place.
And then the last question is, so between TSA and Shangri-La and yourselves, if you were to think of what this particular facility would be best or uniquely available for a particular type of challenge that a veteran is living with, what do you think this one would sort of be different from the other two? Like, and, you know, being specific, like wheelchair access, whatever you can think of that you say, if you were sorting veterans and making recommendations to veterans as to which of these sites would be best for their needs. I know you can't make that call, but the VA could potentially encourage people to make the right choices or different choices. How would you characterize this particular housing facility as differently than the other?
So while we did not coordinate with TSA and Century to provide these housings as serving the different niche within the veteran community, all I can speak on is the MacArthur Field project. All of our units, 74 units, are one-bedroom apartments. All of them can be converted into ADA units. And so we've kept the mobility in mind, we've kept the privacy in mind, and we have the space to serve the residents. I guess we would lean on to you all as we proceed with the coordinated entry system to advise and kind of refer the clients that you all best see fit occupy MacArthur Field.
And I guess that contrast as what types of conditions do you think would not be a good fit for the building?
Yeah.
Well, I think, a big concern that we had at the beginning of this process, and I think it's important to be honest as well, is what type of population we'll be serving and how that benefits them. Now, what we've seen throughout the county is veterans have a lot of healthcare and mental health care appointments. I'm a veteran myself. I've been through that process. So it is very important that there is stability when it comes to transportation to get them to those appointments, to get them to the grocery store. I don't know how many grocery bags a veteran can carry on a wheelchair, but some of these units are a requirement as well as ADA for mobility, ADA for sensory for veterans who have maybe lost some eyesight or things of that nature. And so one of the requirements that a lot of developers don't like to fund in the cash flow is a vehicle on site, is a van. And we're lucky enough to have a developer and a partner that understands how important that is. So there will be transportation on site from New Directions, but also I work closely with your VASH team to have the rideshare program as well that the VA offers. And that's kind of I don't know how new it is, but it's been very beneficial for our veterans offsite who want to make sure they get all to their appointments. Now, there are some challenges with the lease up and finding enough qualified veterans throughout the county. Right now, we have 300 VASH units. As of this morning, I checked with LASA, 300 VASH units available in LA County. Now, obviously that's a concern. Our organization has been trying to move up north and into different counties to start addressing needs. But being on the VA campus, where veterans are so close to their appointments and to their needs, we believe that this is a slightly different situation than throughout the county where it's a little harder to get to those resources for them. So they conduct the VASH screenings on campus here. And if the VA needs to fill a need, I'm confident that they would help expedite those VASH screenings in order to fill these units. And we will also be working with the CES, so it's not just the VA's responsibility to find all the applicants. We also do open marketing and try to help. And we can even identify some potential matches at New Directions, our transitional facility, and help try to push that process as well. But that's a concern that we have, and we feel like having units on campus is very beneficial, being so close to that healthcare.
Tim Zenner for the record. Are you guys going to be entering any notes in CPRS? Are you guys going to have access?
Please repeat the question.
It's the VA electronic medical record. Sorry, President.
So, yeah, we do not utilize and enter notes into the VA system. New Directions for Veterans uses the countywide HMIS Clarity System, which is the information that feeds into the CES that helps provide those qualified applicants. I do believe in recent conversations with the VA that the VA might be moving towards also utilizing that system so that the county has a full understanding of all of the potential qualified veterans that may be out there.
Great. And then last question, you guys have a contract with Department of Mental Health for the full service partnership. Is that service going to be available to veterans that and their family members that have high mental health acuity?
Dr. Michael is in the back. She would like to speak on that.
Hi, I'm Dr. Susan Michael. I'm Vice President of Programs for New Directions. And yes, Jim, we would like to make our full service partnership available. We also have a clinical treatment team that is housed at our flagship building, and we'd like to make mental health services available through Medi-Cal, available to anyone who needs services. So we are looking to expand our clinical services. Right now, our FSP is geared towards SPA 4, and so we would like to expand it to SPA 5.
Mr. Montgomery. Philip Mangano. First of all, just to commend you for the amenities, to echo what Anthony says. Obviously well thought out. Appreciate the attention to that. On the New Direction side, you mentioned you have 15 other buildings. Are they all permanent housing, or are they GPD, or what's the protocol on those?
Yeah, those are permanent supportive housing, ranging from VASH. We also have buildings that are half VASH, half low-income affordable for our veterans. So not just if they need wraparound services, but if they don't quite make enough income to have stable living. So absolutely. For example, Sun Valley Senior Veteran Apartments in Sun Valley is 96 senior veteran units. 48 of those are VASH, 6 are for non-VA healthcare eligible, and 40 are for low-income affordable, obviously with the rest being manager units. But that's absolutely something that we feel we need to address.
And were all those units formerly homeless people who moved into them? Or is the mix that you indicated, were those non-homeless people who moved in?
Yes, for them, it's considered low-income affordable, so they don't have to be considered homeless. Our project-based voucher units, in order to have wraparound services, and that eligibility criteria in order to fill those units and to receive that HUD-VASH voucher or Section 8 voucher from the Housing Authority is a homeless criteria. Some units will require the chronically homeless. Obviously, that's a veteran that's been homeless for longer than a general homeless, which means they can be homeless for a few days.
So roughly how many of the units in the 15 buildings that you have house formerly homeless people? Roughly, how many units were targeted that way?
Yes, out of the over 700 that we serve, I would say over 500 are considered homeless. They're low, yeah.
And do you have vacancies now, or are you completely filled?
Absolutely. The vacancies have a history of being much easier to fill. It seems to be a lot easier during the life of the project to fill the 1 and 2 units that may become vacant. But it's important to note with that New Directions, part of our services is outplacement. We're not just going to say, thanks for living here, but we're going to keep fighting for them until they're permanently and stably housed at their new location.
So you're getting sufficient referrals from the VA to fill vacant units?
During the life of the project, the challenge is the initial lease up when you have, for example, Sun Valley, 48 VASH units we have to fill in a few months time frame. Consequences to the development are hundreds of thousands of dollars in construction loan interest for not meeting those hard deadlines. So we do need a strong partnership with the VA in order to do these facilities. We have to fill those units.
Sure. And in general, what's your case manager to client ratio?
So depending on the population, if it's chronically homeless compared to general with a disability, it's a 1 to 20 ratio for chronically homeless, 1 to a 25 ratio for general homeless with a disability. And if we're only supporting primarily only VASH units, then we can go to 1:30, 1:40 ratio, but 30 caseloads is a lot for a social worker to make sure that everybody has wraparound services. That tends to be where we will max out our staffing ratio.
Is the 1 to 30 or 40 what you're anticipating for MacArthur? Because I noted that you said that you had two
Yes.
workers.
But we also have some management that we always incorporate to fill that gap, because New Directions and most service providers, we have to operate like a business as well. You know, it is extremely hard to hire 0.3 of the staff. And so we have to make that work as far as a business aspect as well.
So it's 2 to the 75, is that right?
Yes, well, 2 plus 0.25 management.
Yeah.
So,
Plus management. And the 96% retention rate that you indicated, what's the chronology, what's the time period that you measure it out? Is it a year, 2 years?
yes, we measure that annually, and that's been pretty consistent. The wraparound services do a world of difference. And a big part of what we're going to do is help try to prevent evictions. Obviously, we have to consider the safety of the project, and we will work closely with property management. But we work very hard to make sure our veterans aren't evicted and that they are continually engaged. A big aspect of service delivery that's successful is getting them out of those units into a community environment. So even though we're MacArthur Field Alpha and Bravo, there are other permanent supportive housing facilities being built on campus. Our hope is that even the buildings would somehow link up for events and things of that nature to get everybody together, because we do feel that would be beneficial for our veterans to have that in community.
And finally, just following up on a point that Dr. Bamberger was making, have you met with the other developers and service providers who will be on the campus? I know that every time we hear a presentation similar to yours, there's a rhetorical emphasis on the idea of establishing community and being sure that all is done that is possible to integrate. So have you all met with the other, do you meet with them formally? Do you meet with them regularly, the other developers, the other provider agencies, to ensure that there is that kind of fluidity that we create community?
Yes, so we've been working with Century Housing and TSA on the collective. We've entered into that collective, the MacArthur Field project. Right now, the way that we design and operate, because we know that this is a long-term vision for the entire campus. And so while that plan is getting formed of the community centers, I believe there's a couple of center points on the West LA campus that's being planned, but none of which are under construction at the moment. And so once this building comes online, we plan, and the way we've designed it is to be a standalone community of sorts. Now, our New Directions vets, EAH, they're going to be connecting to the broader campus as well to ensure that not only are they connected to the medical services, but folks can be connecting to the social aspect as well of living on the VA campus.
So you do meet regularly, or you anticipate meeting regularly? Have you had any meetings with the other service providers, the other developers who are working on the campus to develop that larger vision?
Right now,
Community.
we have met periodically with the developers, not with the social providers, service providers for each TSA and Century, and obviously US Vets, but no, it has not been a regular thing right now.
I'm not a sociologist, so I don't know if creating multiple communities, as you just said, this would be a community, a standalone community, or if the idea is a broader sense of one community on the campus, which would require more interaction, I would think, between the service providers especially. So I would just ask that that be thought through a little bit. Is this really an individual community, or is it part of a larger community that you need fuller integration into?
In the idea of knowing your neighbor, right? These are going to be the residents who live down the hall, above, below them, that they're going to be interacting with as they enter and exit the lobby, and share that kind of the immediate courtyard, the dog park, the smoking area. And so while there's a micro community of the MacArthur Field projects, yes, we will coordinate and connect with the collective as it continues to build and grow.
Okay, Mr. Van Diver, and Dr. Harris, and Dr. Bragelman, and Mr. Hall.
This is Sean Van Dyver for the record. I want to go back to the number you said there's 300 empty VAS units.
Yes, I have connections that have worked with at LASA for years, and that's something that I like to know when considering future developments is, can we fill the units? As of right now, at this morning, like I said, LA County has 300.
You know where they're, what the distribution is?
We can actually get that data, just print it off from LASA, and they'll have by AMI, by homeless versus general, chronically homeless, absolutely. But that's something that we have to look forward about in order to be successful. It does no good to have an empty building.
Yeah.
Vacancies mean less cash flow for services as well.
Yeah, I think that's less for you guys and more for all of us. Heard me yesterday kind of be very irritated that we haven't streamlined things yet. And I think if we can work together to increase pressure across all government agencies, there's no excuse for, and this isn't on you guys, thank you for that information. But if whatever we can do to pressure the county, to shame, to do whatever to fill those units, right? And I think maybe taking a look at if they don't have people that qualify for that or can't go into it, then you need to open it up to somebody else. But this is just, it's ridiculous to have open units when there's a years-long waiting list.
And to speak on that as well, we have been successful in the past, getting an AMI raised at the later stages of ELISA to, for example, 50%. So if we're having a really challenging time with the 30%, they have worked with us in the past, getting that to 50. But obviously that is a challenge we have to face.
John, yesterday you told us that there were no project-based vouchers units available or empty. How's that, like, how does the data there square with the data you have? Or is it like
John Kuhn, acting deputy director. So we don't have it's 84% occupied or project based. I think that the numbers where we have 212 vacancies, I'm speaking off memory, so forgive me if I'm off by a few. And we had 142 referrals for those 212 vacancies. So at 84%, there's obviously some room, not a lot. Of the vacancies we do have, many may be filled by these referrals.
I mean, it's still like half of 300, right? 142.
It's considerably less.
So I think that's what I'm sort of getting at is like, where can we, as a board, leverage our beyond this, right? Where can we come in here every couple months and having some meetings where we see a lot of pretty pictures and, you know, the Brentwood School tells us how much they support veterans, UCLA tells us how much they support veterans. I mean, if government can't get their shit together and get these things filled, I don't know what we're doing here, right? So like, I think there's an opportunity for us to use our standing as members of this board or as veterans advocates, stakeholders in this, to make a lot of noise, whether it's writing an op-ed, whether it's showing up and engaging the county, city, state, whoever it is. These meetings aren't going to cut it. So I think I can speak for all of us when we say we're willing to engage vocally, but we've got to see progress. Actually, I'd love a presentation on sort of what that pipeline looks like and where the sticking points are. Like, why are there 300 empty units? And we know it's hard. We know that there's various requirements, but I think a comprehensive presentation for this board would be really helpful. It's not, I know there's a bunch of new members, and maybe we've done this before, but not since I've been on. And I think that will help us identify who we can harass into helping. And also I'd like to invite the elected leaders, the county supervisor. I know County Supervisor Lindsay Horvath represents this area, and she's interested. I know she'd like to show up at one of these.
But we're not gonna solve this by sitting in this room, right? We've gotta, and we know that the VA is doing a ton of work. We know that the county's doing a ton of work. But I think it would be helpful for everybody to come to this place and present on where the.
I think we could do two possible presentations because the processes are different. One for the project-based matters, or one for tenant-based. And I think it would help explain why and where these hangups occur.
Sure. Thank you.
Dr. Harris.
Good morning, everybody. Apologies for missing the first part of your presentation at a conflicting call. My comments actually go back about 20 minutes now, so apologies for that, but I did want to address a couple things that came up earlier. First, about rideshare, you noted. Anyone not familiar with rideshare, it's an innovative, impactful program. It is new, just started in about the past year or so, where VA has contracts with Uber, Lyft, and provides for those services to veterans. Up until that existed, transportation that VA could pay for was extremely limited based on miles you live from the medical center and timing of an appointment, things like that. For anybody planning a development and counting on rideshare, I did want you to know it was developed under the same authority that was referenced repeatedly yesterday, Section 4201 of Isaacson Rowe. That authority will end May 11th. VA is working internally on possible ways to retain rideshare after that, but there's no obvious path forward as of now. So as impactful and useful as that's been, I would not be counting on that. I would be creating the cash flow for that van and working that into your planning, and same for the others here. I also wanted to just briefly clarify the reference to HMIS and VA adopting that. So VA is not moving away from its electronic medical record. There's a piece of its operations where in the development of our coordinated entry system, VA staff will be inputting data into HMIS. There's conversations right now about getting the VA staff who will do that trained up. But I just wanted to be clear, we're not jettisoning our medical record and adopting HMIS. And then finally, Philip, really important questions about the relationship between developers and service providers. I wanted to say just a little more. John convened a meeting actually just this week, John, where we talked about the alliance. And yeah, so this is something that we on the VA side are also aware of and taking seriously. And it actually needs to be more than just the developers and the service providers. There's a place for VA, and within VA is an important place within VA. And within that, there's voluntary services now called CDCE. They've got a piece of that. OAEM and the EUL office has a piece of that. SIRS has a piece of that. And so we're trying to help get to the point where that agreement and set of relationships is clear and on paper. And I think that's when you'll see regular meetings really pick up. But I do want to say that the Veterans Collective, which I think the principal developer team deserves a lot of credit for having pushed and promoted. That was part of their very original application in the EUL. They are trying to get that to a fully operational point, but we actually need to do some of our part on VA side to help that come to fruition.
And just to say very briefly, I do think it is the VA's responsibility to do that convening. I wasn't putting that on them, but I'm happy to hear that John has already taken steps in that direction. That seems to be an important aspect of creating the community that we envision for this campus. Dr. Braverman.
Thank you. Hi, this is Steve Braverman. So I just want to speak to the AMI requirements that you have, and it's on your unit mix slide that you presented. I don't know if you guys were here yesterday or heard any of our discussion yesterday. Looking at your matrix there, your maximum AMI is 50%. And 100% service-connected disabled veteran exceeds the 50% AMI by a wide margin. In fact, 80 is close, 90 and 100% also exceed 30% AMI, which you have as a category of disability experiencing homelessness. We are working and continue to work on trying to get VA service-connected disability payments as exempt from the income calculation. And maybe by the time we have to fill these units in 2024, that'll be successful. But in the meantime, one of the things that TSA did was work with us to request, the changes from many of their 30% units to 60%, which exceeds the 100%. It still doesn't work if somebody also has Social Security or they have any other disability-related income. I would ask that you all assist us in getting engaged in changing that now, so that 100% service-connected veterans would be eligible. The reason that matters is because you're on our campus. And the veterans who are going to be interested in coming into these housing locations on our campus in some part are going to be because of the proximity to healthcare. And that's going to be veterans who are, disabled and have that level of compensation. So right now you're shutting them out. And, want to ask for your assistance in working to at least fix that in some limited way now while we continue to work on an overall global fix for everybody. Over.
Okay. Kim, is this related to this, your question related to this group or to the upcoming?
No, I was just gonna make a quick comment.
Jim Center. Yeah, Jim Center for the record. So as we kind of move forward with the declaration of emergency in the county, the plan is to bring together a lived experience board and provider board to list out recommendations to the group around barriers that need to be solved, things like that. We're going to convene county departments and reach out to the VA and CalVet to get them to the table as well. Share those recommendations from the lived experience and provider board. And once we polish up a document, we're going to send it to the board, including Supervisor Horvath on recommendations, and happy to bring the results of all that back to the VCOEB. But we are working on it, and I agree with you. We need to do better. And I think all levels of government are looking to do better. Anthony Allman.
Couldn't help but notice the slide is behind you specific to phase A, which is fully financed and underway. But there's also some good news regarding phase B, right? The governor just announced $188 million for permanent support housing throughout California, and I believe phase B received 22 million of that, right? So just an opportunity to talk about the success, right? I mean, we heard VA is making a significant investment in this campus. You all are moving forward with construction, and there's continued progress on fundraising. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, thank you for bringing up phase B. We're thrilled to have secured the VHHP funding commitment. That was part of the last Supernova. Early February, they awarded $21.8 million to MacArthur B project. We just applied for tax credits as well. And again, seeing where we stack on the rankings, we feel pretty good about this. We'll find out in May. And should we be successful, we'll close and break ground by the end of this year. I was joking earlier, we're in the snowflake business where each building that we design is a prototype, and then at the end we throw it away. Luckily with phase A and B, we were able to leverage off of just a lot of that pain, suffering. We stubbed our toes, but we found a model that worked, and we were able to get it across the finish line at a much faster pace than we did on the first phase. So we're grateful for that kind of ability to rest repeat.
I mean, that's great. I think for a lot of us who have been here, going on 6 years now, we're finally coming to a point where we're seeing investments be made and construction happening and things are ramping up. So, it's great. Congratulations on the start of phase B financing.
Dr. Graves, do you have another comment? Okay. Dr. Graves, or Dr. Bamber, excuse me.
This vexing AMI thing is a big deal. when someone who's getting served by US vets is living in supportive housing and they get a job and their income comes above the AMI that they have been granted to live in that unit, what do you guys do? And when does that become a problem? Like, is there an annual recertification that has to happen? And I assume there's no veteran's ever been evicted because they made more money. But what do you do to mitigate in those settings?
Where a veteran is, their income is increasing. I mean, I think we received like an 8.7% increase in our VA benefits this year alone. There is an annual recertification process. New Directions for Veterans has been very vocal about the AMI levels, and that's why we try to have that conversation during the lease up. It's important to be able to show data, not only how many units are still available, but how many are being declined because they're 100% service connected. And we absolutely agree with you. Those are the ones with the most
I'm
injuries.
sorry, I cut you off, but specifically someone who's already living in one of these units, say a 30% AMI, and all of a sudden they make enough money, now they're 40% AMI. They're at recertification. This must have happened sometime in the past. What do you do? How do you avoid homelessness for someone like that?
Well, that's where the outplacement does come into place. There is that annual recertification, which we cannot change those eligibility requirements, but we are going to ensure that they get into stable housing. And if that is a challenge that we face is,
Have you moved people because of this?
you know, I don't know of the time that we've moved somebody because
I don't
they
think
make
so.
a little bit more money. We're gonna do everything we can to avoid that. But addressing that 60% AMI issue would help alleviate a lot of the hardships that a vet will have during the life of the project. If they're getting older, living in place, and their injuries continue to affect their quality of life, those percentages can also go up. And so we have to address that AMI.
So maybe you can search your portfolio among other people you're serving, because you have such a large number of people that you serve at US Vets, and tell us a story of somebody whose income went above the AMI limits that they were allowed to for that unit, and what you guys did to keep that person in their home. Because I'd really love just to hear the story. I don't know. It's never come across my world.
Yes, and a lot of times, you know, if it takes 6 months to a year for them to move on, that's where the outplacement's important as well. If they do decide to move on, then we're not just gonna kick them out and say, hey, thanks for playing. And it's not up to us, the AMI level that is established by CalVets and by ACD for that eligibility, but we do hope, addressing the government agencies, which I am fighting with ACD myself right now about the service budget that's allowed out of cash flow. And so we are very vocal in trying to fight back, and we could use the support from our end, being a nonprofit veteran service provider, to address those bigger issues, because we have definitely experienced and seen those hardships for our vets.
Okay, thanks very much. Good briefing, good question and answer session. We appreciate that. There's some areas here that we need to explore and keep exploring. I, for one, am hopelessly naive. I had not thought nearly enough about housing vets that are ineligible for VA healthcare and the implications of that. I assume that veterans don't know their next door neighbor's discharge status. Is that fair to say? It's often that they do know. I'm not sure how important that is, but just raises some thoughts in my mind. How many other of the new construction have units set aside for those ineligible for VA healthcare? Do we know that number? Do we have a target population for that? And there's no need to answer right now. There's no need to answer right now. Just some things that we need to explore, I think, as follow-ons to this, along with the AMI. Anthony.
Anthony Allman, for the record, I think it's impossible to know because we don't know what the funding streams are. I mean, unless somebody has a better answer, I mean, I think it's very difficult to anticipate what the eligibility will be for the future buildings beyond what we have, right now. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, so the projects that did pursue EHHP funding, the 10% was the requirement. So at least speaking for the MacArthur Field project, both phase A and B, 10% of the units will be for ineligible.
For VA healthcare. Yeah. Okay. Hey, Dr. Harris.
Yeah, and again, apologies for missing this part of your presentation earlier. So I don't know if this came up already. I used to work in the homeless program office for a long time. HUD-VASH was under me. I was really close to the legislation that created this window for HUD-VASH eligibility. Don't know if it was talked about, but first of all, I'm thrilled that you have units serving these veterans. And second of all, the line that appears to be being drawn still by both General Counsel and our Health Eligibility Center is that if a service is considered a HUD-VASH service or under the umbrella of HUD-VASH, then the veteran is eligible for it. And where that becomes relevant here is if you've got a HUD-VASH team that pays for a nurse, that pays for some other sort of more on the medical side of things than the typical case manager, then that person can serve those veterans. So they can get forms of healthcare if it's provided under the umbrella of HUD-VASH. So I think it's relevant, obviously, to planning on the services side of what you do, and especially in the building. It's possible that what they receive in the building would look no different than what their neighbors would.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, gentlemen, thanks very much. We appreciate it. Okay, we'll move on to transition services. And while we're getting them queued up, I'll ask Jim Zenner to introduce what we're about to.
Great, thanks, Chair. Jim Zenner for the record. I asked for this briefing. I appreciate Chair and Subcommittee Chair accepting it and moving it forward, put it on the agenda. The county's invested a lot of effort and resources into partnering with the VA around suicide prevention. We know, and we'll hear today more about the risk that our transition service members are at for suicide when they transition out of the military. This is something that we've been partnered with the VA and ETS sponsorship for about 2.5 years now. We are what's considered the community integration coordinator at the county with the Veteran Peer Access Network, which is a network of 70 peers. Throughout our work, we got a $2 million investment from LA Sheriffs to create our own veteran mental evaluation team, and in collaboration with Dr. Braverman and GLA, the VA's created a veteran mental evaluation team that we're very proud of. So if a veteran calls in crisis out in the community, if the Sheriff's Department gets to him or her first, we call the VAPD VMET team. They come out, they get a culturally competent response to their mental health emergency. Why is this important with all the focus that we're doing on building a homeless community? If you've ever had a suicide in a GPD program or HHV program like I have, it has a profound effect on the well-being of all the residents. So that's why I asked for this today. Also, if we're even remotely interested in stopping the problem before it even gets to homelessness, getting in front of the transition is important. And so that's why I asked ETS to come out today and present to all of us. Thank you. And are they queued up? Are we ready to go?
Very good. Okay, General Eastman and Ms. Bracco, the floor is yours.
Hey, thanks very much, Jim, and thank you all for having us for a few minutes today to give you a brief overview of our program and answer some of the specific questions we got in preparation for today. So I'm Mike Eastman. I recently completed a 30-year Army career and took over as the executive director of the ETS program a little over a year ago. And super excited to spend a few minutes with you today. Really today is just, an overview of what we do. I'm happy to answer any questions either as we go through or in stride. And then some amount of effort put into what are the implications for LA County, both today and going forward in terms of implementing the program and where are we going. This organization has been in existence for just under 7 years now. It started in the beginning in the New York State, very much focused on suicide prevention. And we have sort of expanded it over time and now taking it over the last 2 years across the country, using what we're very proud of in terms of an evidence-based approach to get in front of negative outcomes in the transitioning new veteran population. I always put stump evidence-based because we've spent a lot of time and effort, 13 academic studies, 4 query reviews, to demonstrate that what we're doing works and having the ability to quantitatively show the outcomes based on a simple sort of premise that if you engage with a service member early and you connect them to a sponsor in their community, you have better outcomes. That's it. Next slide. So our focus is explicitly on what has been termed the deadly gap. It's that 12 months between the last day you take off the uniform of whatever service you were in and about the amount of time it seems to take for a new veteran to at least perceive themselves as fully integrated into their community. And we do this deliberately because, if you take a look at the suicide numbers, this is when our new veterans are at the period of greatest risk. These are VA numbers on the bottom right part of your slide there. But it's just wildly unacceptable that if you look at the cohort of the country in the 18 to 35-year-old group, and then you compare that to the cohort of new veterans in that same age group in this 12-month period, that the numbers are virtually 3 times higher, that you're going to be losing folks to suicide. And the only differentiating factor is that they wore the uniform of this country. So we focus our efforts specifically on this 12-month period and really aim to empower not only the new veterans, but the communities that they're going to receive them proactively and get in front of things before they become a crisis. Yeah, I think that's enough on that slide. Next slide, please. So oftentimes, I get asked, why? Why do you exist? Why is this nonprofit out there? What is the problem you're trying to solve? And I started by saying that we were explicitly born out of a suicide prevention objective. But the longer we do this, the more we recognize that although suicide is, of course, the worst outcome and the one that we absolutely want to prevent, virtually every new veteran needs some level of assistance in successfully transitioning into civilian life. And that's based on really 3 fundamental reasons. One, and I suspect hopefully everyone in the room knows this better than I do, right? But one, the system itself is structured in a way that the burden of action is put on the individual veteran. There's a lot of help out there. There are a lot of great organizations. There are federal benefits and services. You have congressionally mandated transition assistance classes. But at the end of the day, the one person in the ecosystem that has to navigate this is the least qualified to do so. It is the new veteran who has to go out and find the help oftentimes rather than the help finding them, unless they're at the point of crisis, which is what we want to avoid. So first, we want a proactive vice a reactive system. Second, is simply the quantity of organizations in the space adds to the confusion confronting someone navigating it for the first time in their life. With one VSO for every just over 3 veterans we produce every year, it's very difficult to know as a new veteran or as a service member, who should I go to get the best service, to get the best support, to get the best information when I make this move. When I was the commander up at Fort Drum, I would sit in the back of the TAP classes, and they were doing everything they were supposed to do. But at the end of the week, you come out of that with a binder. It's about 3 inches thick, and it just lists organizations and the things that they do. But there's really no metric. There's no way to determine who is the right one for you, which ones are overperformers, which ones are underperformers. So that just adds to the confusion, I think, of navigating this space. And then finally, we want to be community-based. We're active in a number of states right now. Every single one of them is different. Every community is different. They have different needs. Some are trying to attract new veterans because their population is declining. Some are trying to get in front of homelessness as a priority issue. Some of the places we work, it's food insecurity. It's virtually impossible to craft a federal program that's going to tailor itself to all these needs. So we try to work from the bottom up, meet communities where they are. And I think that's really why we exist, and our objective is to try and empower folks rather than replace or compete with anyone, but empower organizations and veterans to navigate this period in their life most effectively. Next slide, please. So on one slide, what do we do and why is it different? It's really a fairly straightforward process. We engage with military members up to a year before the end of their service. We do that through an online presence, through a physical presence on bases, but we're encouraging them to enroll in our program so that we build in the time and space for them to think through the number of life decisions that they are going to confront when they take the uniform off. Now, this audience knows better than virtually any that I talk to what that means. But in many times, many places where I speak, I have to sort of explain that, yes, in the civilian world, you change jobs and you move. I get that. And you know, you have children, you have whatever. You have stressors. In this particular population, you have in a very truncated period of time, unemployment, a loss of housing, a loss of medical coverage, a loss of life insurance, impacts on the family, relocation for schooling or what have you, that coincide with the date you take off the uniform. And then on top of that, you layer, for many, many veterans, a loss of a sense of purpose or a sense of identity. And so we think you have to back up at least 6 months, optimally 12, to walk through what this is going to mean. What are the impacts going to be for this new veteran and their family, so that we can put the things in place in the right sequence and the right timing to facilitate a smooth transition. So the first point is we enroll them early. It's totally voluntary. No one, they don't pay anything to enroll in our service, and they're not forced to do so, but strongly encouraged. The second thing is we pair them with a sponsor from the community they tell us that they are going to move to. We rely on this information because the DD 214s are generally late to game, and there's no mechanism for someone to change their mind once they've submitted a 214. And many of the states that I go to don't even know how to access that. I think you all are better off in that capacity, but many states don't even know how to determine who might be coming. So we just ask the new veteran, and they change their mind. They normally start with, they'll fill out their home of record, and then about 90 days out, it'll change to, this is where my first job is going to be. It's going to be different, or I decided to attend this university, vice that one. Our ability to vector this to the new community is pretty simple and straightforward. So the sponsor then, we tie them up with a sponsor. We have a virtual platform that allows them to communicate wherever they are in the world securely. And the sponsor can answer those sorts of questions for them that are not answerable at a federal or a military installation level. They are generally the questions that I think any family confronting a change like this has, that you can't get from a transition class. In my own personal experience, my wife wanted to know what part of the city we should live in. She wanted to know what were the best schools for the kids. She wanted to know, do her certifications from Virginia transfer to the new state? And I couldn't answer those questions. The military solved this problem years ago, because every time you move from post to post, you have a sponsor on the receiving end to bring you in, receive you, and answer that for you. We're just replicating that using the great talent in our civilian communities to take at least that level of pressure off. The second, and then the fourth, I guess the fourth bullet there is, when someone enrolls in our system, there's a two-step process. First, they take a survey that captures not just their demographics, but their goals, aspirations, and needs. And we do that across the domains, from education to employment, social needs, medical needs, legal concerns, and then, a series of sort of discrete questions. Have you ever been treated for TBI? Have you registered for the PAC Act? That sort of thing. We bundle all that in with their consent. They answer as much or as little as they want. We bundle that into a file on each individual. Then I have a team that calls them a week or two later and walks through their responses and tries to flesh out what someone thinks they want, or maybe what they hadn't considered. And at that point in time, we're also administering the Columbia Suicidality Scale to identify if any of our enrollees are at high risk and need immediate referral to VA services. Once that's done, that entirety of that package comes together and it is shared with the consent of the service member, with their sponsor, and with their receiving community. So in Jim's case, VPAN, or in Jim's previous life, VPAN would get a file on Mike Eastman and his family. And it would say, Mike and his family are coming on this date. They have requested this amount of help. They want to buy a house or rent. They have these many children. He needs to get his disability processed, et cetera, et cetera. All that done to put the community on a proactive footing. So you have the sponsor providing local knowledge, and then the community knowing what is coming and being able to get on the front foot. So that if you know someone is coming in with a homelessness challenge, you're not finding that out when they're under the bridge. You're finding that out 3 months before they get there, so that things can be in place to receive them. And then, as I mentioned, we tie this all together with a set of technologies. It's all HIPAA compliant, IL4. Everything is stored in the cloud in Google to make sure that we keep the confidentiality of any information in there privileged and secure and shared only as needed with the consent of the service member. Next slide. This is just a quick snapshot of where we're physically operating right now. The gold stars there indicate communities, whether they are state DVSs or county veteran service offices, or what I would call tier 1 veteran service organizations that have partnered with us and are receiving service members and managing sponsors today. The green stars are where we're in discussions right now to further expand the program. And then in the yellow box there on the bottom, you can see our projections. These are fairly conservative projections, but as we expand nationally, we're enrolling, somewhere in the neighborhood of 600, 650 a month right now. And as we open physical enrollment sites at the sites you see indicated there, down at San Diego, and then rolling into El Paso, Texas, and Oklahoma, we'll expand into Kansas and Colorado. Our conservative estimate right now, based on who we know is transitioning and the process that's in place to enroll them, has us at about 25,000 annually. And this is independent of conversations we're having with the Marine Corps, the Air Force, et cetera. These are facts right now that I know, but they're probably on the low end of where we see ourselves going over the next 12 to 18 months. Next slide. Population we serve, probably unsurprisingly, it looks a lot like the demographics of the military. Our average enrollee is 27 years old. Half of them are married. They all have about 1.5 years on average of college. About 80% know where they're going post-military, so 20% completely undecided. You can see the action plan items. So these are things that folks are telling us they want help with. And it's probably unsurprising. It's slightly disturbing to me that this is after they've attended TAP. So in theory, they've been presented this information. But whether it's sunk in or not, I guess is the question, or how to best use it. But unsurprisingly, it's I want a job, I want to pursue my education, I want to register with the VA for healthcare, replace my SGLI, then I have some social interests. And then, California, I think should be of the fact that they're the #2 destination, second only to Texas across the population that we serve. Slide. So this is my effort. I was warned long ago never to do math in public, and I probably should have listened but didn't. But the questions we asked were, so what is this? What are the implications for LA County? There's some blue on there and some black. The black, because of the relationship we have with the Army, we get very high fidelity information in terms of veterans, where they're going and what they're doing. The other services less so. So the blue are forecasts based on about a 10-year running average of what we see across what is publicly available. But by my estimation, given the decline in new service members that are leaving the military each year, we estimate about 19,000 to 20,000 destined for California next year across the country from all 4 services. We know for a fact that about 40% of new veterans stay in the state of their last assignment. And this allows us to make a series of projections on the implications for LA County. LA County in 2021 produced or received just about 1,100 new Army veterans. And so as we extrapolate that, of course, you're overrepresented in your community in terms of Navy and Marine. That goes back to folks staying where they were last assigned. But we anticipate if we were to enroll every service member in the country, the county would get just over 2,800 new veterans in 2023. Now, we're not enrolling across the country. I don't have coverage of all 188,000 veterans right now. So as I adjust that down, and then I incorporate the fact that about 5% of those that we enroll are immediately referred out for assistance. We're not going to hold an enrollee if they need emergency behavioral health assistance. We just connect them to the VA and the appropriate folks, as soon as we possibly can. So we take that 5% decrement off top, and then we recognize that about 50% of those that we enroll request a sponsor, and the others do not. That leaves me with a forecast of between 100 and 200 sponsors needed for LA County over the next 12 months for continued participation in the program at the scale that we're at. The unknown for me, I have to admit, is because we're going to start enrollment in San Diego, it's feasible that that number bumps up based on the number of Navy and Marines coming out of Pendleton that choose LA as a destination. So there's some flex. It's probably a wider band than I would want to give you, but that's really the best we can do right now with the numbers that we have. When we get to 100% national enrollment, which is in our 5-year plan, the sort of recurring requirement for community sponsors would be in the neighborhood of probably 800 to 1,000. Slide. Just really quickly, some highlights in terms of things that we have done, since we started working with Jim. Partnerships with the USO, we're working closely with them. Partnership with the Army Soldier for Life. We're doing a pilot with Harvard Medical to apply a screening criteria to identify high-risk enrollees the minute that they enroll. And this is based on 10 years of DoD STARS data. Our goal there is to identify early as possible those that need the most help and get them connected with that help rather than trying to spread a very finite resource of behavioral health professionals to everyone, but instead focus them on those that we can identify needed. The VA has been a great partner. They have created community coordinator positions across the country, and they're working with many, but with us for sure, to be that interface between our community partners, our national program, and the VA to assist folks in navigating getting access to the benefits that they might need. On the tech side, we've migrated everything to Google Cloud so that we can maintain the compliance with the requirements for what we store. We're adding a self-guided dashboard, so those folks that don't want to sponsor will still have a tool set to navigate this, as well as a help button in case they change their mind and really want to sponsor. And then we're doing some work in employment, and we have a pretty exciting food insecurity pilot running in Texas that we look forward to expanding into California as well, because it's just a sort of a sad observation I would make that in 90 days of working in one state, we picked up 332 new veterans that identified and then were verified as food insecure within 30 days of leaving the military. So we've got an arm now in place to give them some support until they arrive in their destination community. Next slide. And I think very close to the last slide. We're pretty proud of our network of partners. Each of the folks on this is included for a reason. And really what we do is as we assess what people that enroll in the program tell us they need, we go out and we try and find best-in-class partners to provide it to them, whether that is support for spouses going through transition or a way to get professional certification with UT, with a PMP or what have you, or whether it's assistance with navigating the college decision. We've partnered with College Recon, or all the way down to, I want an executive coach to help me meet my potential. And there we partner with Healthy Leader to do that. All of these are provided at no cost to the enrollees in the program. Next slide. So my wrap would be, what do we ultimately produce? In terms of statistics, right? I won't read the slide to you. In terms of hard statistics, based on the last two studies that we've undergone, participants in the program that are connected to a sponsor have about a 30% reduction in negative outcomes from homelessness to unemployment to suicide. And they have a 30% self-reported increase in a feeling of connectedness with their destination community. For the community, it's really about, how do I empower you? How do I break this gap in information sharing to get the best information possible to the people who are actually doing the work, to allow a proactive response rather than a reactive crisis? And then for the DoD, when I briefed them, I was on with them earlier today. This is really about, let's just simply recognize that recruiting is not in the best place, and there is no better recruiter than a successful veteran. Most potential next generation service members have no connection to the military whatsoever unless it's through their family. And so for all those that don't come from a military family, we want them to see people that have served the country, gone on and done great things, and serve as an example for why you would like to join, as opposed to, you know, what you see in the press, social media, Hollywood, what have you, that sort of caricatures serving in the military as leading to a broken person. I don't believe that. I don't believe that's fair. And so we're trying to upend that as well. And my final slide is simply our contact information. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to take them either now or via email. And I just want to thank you for your time and attention.
Mr. Beckman.
Thanks. Rob Beglin for president. Hi, Rob Beglin for the record. Thanks very much for the presentation, General Eastman. Super interesting set of issues. Obviously, for a lot of us, we look at this as a good homelessness prevention strategy. One of the questions I had for you is, it looks like you have a lot of visibility on who currently is helping transition service members out of the military in the 6 months to 12 months prior to them doing that. The question I had for you is, are you aware of anyone applying behavioral or psychological tests or offering them to service members and then making recommendations about placement? I think we traditionally tend to think about a lot of these tasks as a question of helping people find the right job, as opposed to encouraging them to think about what might give them happiness or what might be the right fit for them and their personality. Just wanted to know if you're aware of anything along those lines. Thanks.
I wish I had a great answer for you, but frankly, we don't, right? I think that's a tough one. I mean, look, here's the bottom line, I guess. The structure of transition while they're on active duty service is very mechanical. It's about the presentation of information through a series of gates and then off to the rest of your life. And I don't think that there is a huge investment. I certainly don't see a huge investment in helping folks self-actualize over that gap. So one of the things that we hope to do, at least at a very low level, is, you know, once we can survey a person's interests on our side. I have plenty of folks that say, Mike, I don't really need a geographic sponsor, but I feel like I want to be an entrepreneur. And we'll connect them to a sponsor that has that sort of background to serve as sort of an informal coach to do that. But at a very fundamental level, what I'm seeing is that even the very minimal warm handoff requirements, awareness that someone has seen mental health in the last 12 months and needs continuity of care, isn't being conducted at a very high level or very effectively. So we're losing a lot of folks across the gap. And that's why I instituted the suicidality scale in our intake, because that's really the first point where we are catching folks that probably should have been caught and hand walked much earlier. But we had to do it because there was this breakdown in information flow. So, I mean, I appreciate your question, and there's a lot of work to be done there, but I'm not sure that I have a great answer.
Jim Leesman, thank you very much for your presentation. I think collectively, we very much appreciate what you and your team do for our new, soon-to-be veterans and helping ease that transition.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, we have the folks from LA Metro, the Purple Line.
Good morning. Can everybody hear me okay? I'm gonna do my best. Okay, I'm gonna have to either take my glasses off or hold the mask down because I'm fogging up a little bit. Okay, take the mask off. Okay, great. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Marlon Walker. I'm the Community Relations Manager for Metro's Purple Line Extension, all three sections. Also with me this morning is Claire Haggerty. She's from our Arts and Community Enrichment Division. It's a pleasure to be with you here this morning as a veteran myself. Having served in the Navy's Fast Attack Naval Nuclear Submarine Service, it's a pleasure and an honor to join you. I'm going to give you just a few moments here to talk about station naming, what the process is, and how Metro goes about station naming, particularly as it relates to the current station here being constructed on the VA campus. First slide, please. Okay, here's a construction update. Basically, the work that's being currently done. It's hard to see here on the slides, but the shaded area where the circle is, that's our tail track exit shaft. That's where currently we are taking the muck or the soil that's being excavated from the station off campus to a remote site. Also, the work that's primarily being done, again, it's hard to tell when I want to get in front of the presentation, but the shaded areas just below and on the side of the yellow where the station entrance and escalators are, that's all excavation work, and that's current work that we're doing. And also just across the freeway there, exit, you can also see a shaded area where we're also doing excavation. That's the work that's pretty much going on around the clock right now. It's excavation. Our tunnel boring machines have already left the station long ago, and they're just right now entering Century City. They're right near the Westfield Mall, right at Century Park West. In fact, that will be the last of almost the 9 miles of excavation that is necessary for us to complete our tunneling. We expect to complete that later this year. And as I said, that will complete all of the tunneling for the Purple Line extension. As you all may or may not know, Purple Line is approximately 9 miles of underground subway from Wilshire and Western west to the VA campus. 7 stations being built, and of course the last station is right here on the campus. Next slide. What I'm here to talk about is station naming process. We received recent questions and inquiries and concerns about the temporary station name that we have, which is called the Westwood VA Hospital Station. We've received a number of questions about whether or not that station name is going to be permanent, and the answer is no, that's a temporary station name. What you can see here now is Article 5 as part of our shared obligations in our easement agreement. It says prior to the commencement of the operations of the transit facilities, basically the construction of the station, VA and the grantee shall jointly agree on the official adopted name for the transit facility, consistent with the party's current policies and procedures for such actions. So again, I want to emphasize to everyone that the current name is contractually obligated by Metro with its contractors to be the Westwood VA Hospital Station. But that is only a temporary name during construction. We will, as we've done with all of our other stations, do a robust community outreach and ask the community for submissions before finalizing a name that will be permanent for the station. This is that commitment to the VA. Any questions so far?
Okay, Mr. Altman has a question.
Sure. Hi, everyone.
Hi, good morning.
So a couple questions just specific to the naming. I think previously, what was reported to the County Veterans Advisory Commission is that the renaming process would take place in the spring of 2025.
That's correct.
Okay. So let's just say that were to happen on the current trajectory, 2025. According to this right here, it says that VA and Metro would have to agree on the name. But the problem I think we have here is what we're being told by VA is VA cannot name its property.
I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it can name it after a geographic area. Okay. So if I were a veteran and I were to participate in this naming project in the spring of 2025, and I were to call it Veterans Disneyland, just as an example, it wouldn't matter.
Are you asking me if that would be okay? I'm not
No,
sure.
I'm saying, if you were to accept my input, to say I write any name down on a piece of paper, and I offer it to you, Metro.
Right.
Right? Complication is, if VA has to agree to it, it doesn't matter what my opinion is.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Because there's restrictions, right?
Right.
So,
Yes.
so it's a complicating factor. That's the only reason why I wanted to point it out, because this was not presented to the Veterans Advisory Commission. This is new information.
Okay, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
Dr. Braver?
So I would make one caveat to that. So if there was a recommendation that came from, a joint recommendation that came from the VA and from Metro, the facility a certain way that was other than, geographic, which the secretary can automatically do, it just means Congress has to approve. It doesn't mean it can't happen. And there is a process for Congress to approve recommendations for naming, depending upon, whether there's political agreement or what have you. To do that, that's the process that we used locally to name our Ventura CBOC as the Captain Rosemary Bryant Mariner outpatient clinic. It's the same process that the chief of staff mentioned the other day for renaming San Diego's medical center facility. So it doesn't mean that we can't. It might impact the timeline if there's a strong recommendation for a certain name that then has to be approved by Congress. But there is a possibility to name it anything that is, reasonably appropriate.
Sure. And the reason why I bring it up is because we're now talking about congressional action, which in the past, potentially, depending on if I don't call it a geographic area, and that's something I think Metro should be aware of. Because in previous conversations, that has not come up as a complicating factor or part of what might be a requirement as a result of this agreement.
I understand what you're saying, and then we can probably adjust our presentation so that it's clearer to people that could be a possibility as well. We'll look into doing that.
And again, this is based on, information that has been previously reported out. This is new news.
Okay. All right. Well, we do have additional information for the process. I'm going to get through it as quickly as I can. Next slide.
You have another question.
Sorry.
Mr. Van Diver.
I have a question. We spent a lot of time on names here, and names really matter.
My question is not related to a name. My question is related to this PLE construction update slide. Can we go back to that one?
Yes, sir.
It looks like there's no entrance facing the hospital. Is there an entrance for veterans to use coming from the campus, or is it just the main thoroughfare there?
The entrance to the station should be here, coming off of Bonsall Avenue and then entering to soon to be constructed parking ride, not parking ride, but kiss and ride area where there'll be vehicles will be allowed to drop off and pick up passengers through this area. If you're asking for an entrance that's facing the hospital, I believe the entrance is always going to be on this side in which people can come. If they're coming from the hospital side, from Dowland Drive, or anywhere on campus, you'll be able to enter here and then exit through this way as well.
Okay, so it's just more towards the road rather than the hospital.
Yes, it'll be, as my, again, I don't have a better slide for you. This is just a construction slide, but the entrance to the station will be here and kind of a looping area. We do have slides and we can give presentations, at your request if you'd like
Not to make it feel, I just wanted to make sure that it's underground, but it's not clear from this.
There may be a slide coming up that may be more illustrative of that later on.
Thank you.
Any other questions regarding station naming before I get right through the process again? Okay.
Sir, you've got one more question.
Sure. Yes, sir.
It's your fault, Anthony. You did it. I just want to expand, this is Rob Beckman for the record. I just want to expand a little bit on what Anthony Allman was commenting on. Just so you know the backstory. About a year ago, we made a recommendation to the VA that the campus ought to revert to its historic name of Pacific Branch. 100 years ago, it was known as the Pacific Branch for Disabled American Volunteers.
Yes, sir.
And the VA has informed us since then that they don't believe the secretary has the power to do that without an act of Congress. In other words, there's a federal statute, it's 38 U.S.C. 513, and in the opinion of the VA's lawyers, unless it's a geographic description, the naming of the campus is something that ultimately Congress will have to do. So what I'm trying to describe to you is there's going to be a dance that goes on. There's a little bit of choreography. We want to see the campus restored. This committee, I think, wants to see the campus restored to an identity beyond just that of a VA hospital. What we're being told is that if we want to go back to that name, for example, Congress has to do so. So what's interesting, of course, about you guys is your particular station puts all this into really stark relief because we want to make sure it's named correctly. But I just wanted you to understand how much choreography there is around all this.
I fully understand. I appreciate it. Yes, I do. I've heard that at the commission's meeting yesterday. We heard a number of those comments that are very similar to that, and we received inquiries about whether or not the station could be named Pacific Branch. So we're well aware of that. We're anticipating that that's going to be for our outreach. We're already planning, like I said, it's a couple of years away, but I know that based on, we're in the process right now of doing Station 2 outreach. So I can tell you it's going to be pretty expensive, months long of outreach to get the names together. So based on what Dr. Braverman said, we were anticipating that. And based on what Anthony said, we're looking at modifying our presentation so that that's included. Any other questions before I move on? Okay, here's the general station naming policy as it relates to all the stations that are under construction. Metro's policy that basically has 4 principles: transit system content, property area, neighborhood identity, and simplicity. I'm not going to go through, in the interest of time, and read all of those, but those are the general principles by which stations are named. That's for the permanent naming of the station, not necessarily always the temporary name. Next slide. Initial name stations are identified during the project planning process, and as I mentioned earlier, the temporary name that we have is contractually obligated with our design builder, the contractor that's constructing the station. So again, we will look to spring of 2025 to start robust community outreach. Staff will take input from communities, cities, other stakeholders on preferred station names based on board-adopted naming criteria. Some of the criteria was on the previous slide. The resulting station names will be reviewed by a focus group comprised of both transit riders and non-transit riders for general public recognizability. Metro staff will then return to the board construction committee before going to the full board for adoption and a set of official names. Next slide. Okay, that will conclude my presentation for station naming. I'm going to take one quick. Any other questions? Okay, now I'd like to introduce Claire Haggerty. She's with Metro Arts and Community Enrichment, and she will talk about artist outreach.
Thank you, Marlon. Hi, everybody. I'm Claire Haggerty. I'm Senior Manager with Metro Art. And first, I'd like to share a little background about myself. I've worked on several veteran-related public art projects over the past 10 plus years. Prior to Metro, I managed the LA County Civic Art Collection. I inventoried the Bob Hope Patriotic Hall, spent a lot of time there when the building reopened, gave tours of the public art. I worked on the Vietnam Memorial restoration when Graham Park was refurbished, and I worked on the art restoration aspect of the Fort Moore Pioneer Memorial. For the last 4 years, I've been working on the Metro Purple Line project at this station, future station, both mural and the future artworks as well. So I want to thank you very much for this invitation to present this update to the community today. I follow my predecessor who gave an update on the art program back in September 2018, Susan Gray. I do want to acknowledge upfront that we've heard concerns about Metro's outreach not being robust enough. We are here to share our process and to seek your guidance and partnership as we continue this work. We gave a presentation, as many of you know, to the LA County Veterans Advisory Commission on January 18th and received some good questions from the commissioners. So if you saw my presentation then, I tried to incorporate some of the responses to the questions in this presentation, so it's been updated. For the past 6 years, Metro Art has been working with the VA and veteran stakeholders. Mega construction projects like this take many years to build, as you know. Our art program is aligned with the station construction schedule. Ongoing engagement events will continue to take place over the next several years as we build this project. Next slide. In 2019, we launched a call to artists for the artist pool to be used for up to 5 years for all of Metro's projects throughout the county, including the West Side Purple D-Line Extension project. The artist pool is open to professional artists, including veteran artists, and is used for a range of art opportunities from bus-fleet posters to complex architecturally integrated station artworks, such as the ones that will be at the VA Hospital Station. We utilize, next slide, please. We utilize Metro Art and the Purple D-Lines project mailing lists and social media channels, since this is how many people get their information. Outreach was sent to project stakeholders through Metro's communication channels, so anyone who gets regular updates on the project would have received information about the call to artists, including veteran and veteran organization stakeholders. This outreach was done in 2019. I also just want to kind of back up for a minute to say that the art program is integrated into the whole project. So in fact, our outreach started more like 2009 when we did the environmental impact report. We did project public scoping meetings in April 2009. The art program is included in the environmental impact report. So the artist selection comes from a trajectory of years and years of working in this community and incorporating the art program into the whole project. Next slide, please. We provided the call to artists directly to the VA, the LA County Department of Military and Veterans Affairs, and the Metro Veterans Program to share out. Next slide, please. We held 5 artist technical assistant workshops throughout the county to provide information on the artist pool application process. 2 of the 5 workshops had veteran-specific programs and resources at their facility. Next slide. We posted and advertised in local and national publications where artists regularly look for art opportunities at Metro and beyond. Next slide. And we posted and advertised in local and national publications where artists regularly look. We distributed the hard copy artist pool information throughout LA County at local schools, arts venues, community centers, cafes, and shops that are frequented by artists. Next slide. A 10-person panel selected the artists for the stations at Beverly Hills, Century City, UCLA, and the VA hospital. The panel represented all 4 areas, and Metro consulted with the VA on the VA Veteran Community Panelist representation. Originally, we had a VA staff person on the panel, but they had to step down. So in consultation with the VA, we appointed an artist who is a veteran for the panel. It is a long-term commitment to participate on their panel. Next slide. So here is a rendering of the station for the earlier question. This is the station, main station entrance, which will be across from the hospital. We have 4 artworks in the future station. Next slide. Here's the fun parts, and then we get a sneak peek into the artworks. All of the artworks are architecturally integrated into the station. In this rendering, this is not the actual artwork design. You can see the entrance artwork, which includes art glass panels at the plaza level that continue as art glass tile on the walls next to the escalators. And this will take, the artwork will extend all the way down to the ticketing area. Next slide. The artist team selected for this opportunity are Victoria Fu and Matt Rich. Here you can see their past work. This is work that they submitted in their application for the artist pool. Next slide. Here is a detail of their artwork design in development. The artwork is abstract. It imagines the exterior glass as a prism or a camera obscura that projects light and color into the station. The artists took color, shapes, and textures from the surrounding environment. The effect is an exuberant, welcoming experience for customers as they enter and exit the station. Next slide. The artists will be holding an event at Cal Vet later this year. This facility has assisted living and skilled nursing facilities and a memory care unit. The artists are planning an interactive event explaining their creative process and sharing the tools they use, like prisms, to achieve the color and light effects of their artwork. So much goes into the creation of these artworks. The artwork itself is just one element, but this event will allow people to get a behind-the-scenes look and give participants a deeper understanding of the artwork that will be at their station. The next artwork that you'll come to when you are entering the station is the ticketing area. This is an example of what the ticketing area artwork location looks like. It's above the ticketing machines. This is Universal Station. The ticketing area artwork for the VA hospital station will wrap all the way around the ticketing area on all the walls, and will also be art glass tile. Next slide, please. The lead artist is Francesco Cimetti. Here are examples of his past work, including 2 transit stations in New York and Chicago. Cimetti has mentored veterans who have contributed to the ticketing area artwork for the VA hospital station. Next slide. Cimetti held workshops exclusively for veterans and mentored them in his artistic practice. This took place here on campus. He took them on a field trip to the Botanic Garden at UCLA and to photograph and sketch plants. Next slide. The veterans' drawings, photographs, and collages from the workshops are being incorporated into the artwork design for the station. The artist weaves iconic Los Angeles architecture with images of plants to create a dense collage and bring the outside world into the underground station. Next slide, please. Now we move to the concourse area. And here's a recent example of a concourse artwork on the newly opened K-line. Like this artwork, the VA hospital station concourse artwork will also be mosaic tile. Next slide. The standout work is the artist for the concourse. Here are examples of his past public art commissions that were part of his application to the arts pool. He has done 2 past Metro commissions, as well as commissions for Los Angeles County, San Francisco, and other municipalities. Burke held 2 engagement events in collaboration with the Brentwood Arts Center. The Brentwood Arts Center provides arts programming here at West LA VA. One was an in-person walking tour, neighborhood walking tour and sketching event, and the other was an artist talk held on Zoom. I did want to mention that we heard that people had tried to register for the Zoom event and found that it was at capacity. The Brentwood Arts Center hosted the event and they capped all of their arts talks at 50. They are meant to be small group conversations, but they do fill up fast typically. But this event was recorded and posted to their website right after. Slide. And here's a detail of the concourse artwork. This is a panorama, it will be a panorama of Los Angeles history that includes references to military and veteran life, as well as historic and modern buildings on the VA campus. The design and process also includes the National Soldiers Home plaque. Next slide. Finally, we come to the platform artwork. In this rendering, the purple areas that you see will be artwork. So the area above the train tunnels and the areas lining the train walls. This is where riders will spend most of their time, hopefully not too much time, waiting for trains. And the artwork will be fabricated in porcelain enamel steel. Next slide. The artist for the platform area is Eloy Torres, perhaps best known for his famous mural of the actor Anthony Quinn in downtown Los Angeles. Next slide. Here at his studio, you can see 5 portraits of local veterans Torres is working on for the VA hospital station. Each person is different, and each portrait shows their full story with references to their pre-military, military, and post-military lives. For his artwork proposal, the artist interviewed each of the portrait subjects and filmed his interviews. The interviews will be screened as a documentary at the Veterans Memorial Building in Veterans Memorial Park, Culver City, with a live panel discussion featuring the veterans in his artwork as guest speakers. The portraits will be over 13 feet tall above the train tunnels. The artwork will continue along the train walls with symbols and icons that relate to the portraits, as well as to military life in general. Please note, given the length of the artist contracts span the time of station construction, these public engagement events take place over a 5-year period. The best way to learn about them is by signing up for Metro Arts emails. I will share that information at the end of the presentation. Oh, and I also have artwork fabrication samples. So if you want to see what mosaic, art glass, and porcelain enamel steel look like after the presentation, I would be happy to show those. Okay, so I also want to give an update on the Veterans Legacy Art Project. This artwork is on a different timeline. These public engagements event, this artwork's on a different timeline than the stations. We have weekly art workshops with veterans from October 2022 until the end of January 2023. In this rendering, you can see the North Plaza. So this is on the north side of Wilshire, and the North Plaza entrance is an access point to make it easier and safer for veterans and VA staff to get from the north side of campus to the main entrance of the station. Next slide, please. Approximately 115 feet of this mural will be decommissioned. The majority of the over 23,000 square foot mural will be protected in place during construction. Next slide. So actually go back one slide, please. This is the only area, the one wall that will be impacted by the North Plaza. So next slide. These areas will not be impacted, they'll be protected in place. Next slide. These areas, the entirety of the underpass will be protected in place, will not be impacted. Next slide. These walls will be protected in place and not impacted. Next slide, please. We have been working with Chad Nishad, the founder and director of the National Veterans Foundation, for over 5 years now. He worked with Peter Stewart, the lead artist, in a clinical capacity, and he helped Stewart get 2 significant mural commissions in Los Angeles. The other one is the venerated POW MIA mural in Venice with the 2,273 names of those missing in action and prisoners of war. After that mural, he got Peter this opportunity next to the VA. Here's a picture of Shad helping painting the mural in the 90s and a photo that I took not long ago when we visited the site together. Stewart died before the National Veterans mural was completed, and parts of it, as I'm sure you've seen, have been left incomplete, yet it is still a revered landmark. Next slide. Piece by Piece is a local arts organization who were awarded the contract to do community outreach and design for a Veterans Legacy Art project, which will honor the portion of the wall that will be decommissioned. Piece by Piece is a 15-year-old organization with extensive experience empowering people through professional training in mosaic design and fabrication. They have experience working with veterans and people experiencing homelessness, and they've engaged veterans of Phoenix Firestone, Village for Vets, and residents at the VA. In fact, several of the veterans that have participated in the Veterans Legacy Art Project have also participated in the Station Artists engagements. We were also really fortunate to have Patricia Senza, who saw the announcements about the workshops and made it known she wanted to join. She was a volunteer on the original mural with Peter Stewart, and although she's not a veteran, she was an important bridge to the past. She became a key participant and was honored to work alongside veteran volunteers, just as she did in the 1990s when this was first painted. The Metro Art Program's work with veterans recently received recognition from the Commander-in-Chief. Veterans who have participated in the Artist Mentoring Program and the Veterans Legacy Art Project were invited by the White House to participate in a press conference President Biden held here at the project construction site. We will share designs in development for the Veterans Legacy Art Project and the station artworks at a Meet the Artists event we are planning for the spring. We will be sure to extend an invitation to this committee, and it would be our honor to have you attend. Next slide. This brings me to my last slide. Please sign up for Metro Art's email newsletter to have information about upcoming art opportunities and events delivered directly to your inbox. And please share this with any people or organizations you think would be interested in being involved. We look forward to your guidance on how to engage more of the veteran community. We have several more years on this project and more Metro projects in the future. Thank you for the opportunity to share this update. Happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you very much. I think Mr. Allman has a question.
Anthony Allman for the record. Claire, thanks for being here today. For the purposes of this conversation, I just want to draw a distinction between the Metro Station and the Veterans Legacy Art Project. And the reason why I think that's important is because, you know, as the county commission looked into this, we did find evidence where Metro did, I think, adequate outreach with regard to the Veterans Legacy Art Project. Veterans Legacy Art Project. But specific to the interior station art and the 4 projects that will go in this station, currently named Westwood VA Hospital, I don't believe that there was sufficient engagement with the veteran community or the public at large. And I'll explain why I think that is, because some people here may not be familiar with what we've been evaluating at the county commission level. So for example, you know, it says here that there's multiple email blasts to the Purple Line stakeholder list. I've been a member of that stakeholder list since 2018. I went back and I looked. I find no evidence of that. Now, specific to the Veterans Legacy Art Project, I found 3 instances. So again, with regard to that project, I think you guys did some work there. But specific to a call for artists, I didn't find anything. And I brought this to Metro's attention. So specifically, when did Metro notify the public on the Purple Line stakeholder list?
The date of the point that went out?
Yes.
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. I can get that information for you.
Okay.
We did significant outreach on the artist pool. That outreach was targeted to artists, including veterans who are artists. A lot of that outreach went to where artists find their information about artist opportunities at Metro and beyond. As mentioned, we did share this with the project stakeholder list. Again, this was in 2019, several years ago. And it also, the Veterans XCR project, as mentioned, is on a much faster timeline than the station artwork. So in terms of, so we had weekly workshops, for that project. So we, had weekly emails going out about those workshops. In comparison, the artist engagements, we have one artist team and 3 artists working on the artworks for the station over a 5-year period. They'll be doing artist engagements and then Metro engagements, but they will not be as frequent, obviously, as the Veterans XCR project because it's on a much longer time frame.
Sure. And again, for the Veterans Legacy Art Project, I think the work was done. But again, specific to the interior station art, I don't, and I could have overlooked something, but I'm saying I've looked and I find no evidence of this claim that there was notification to the email blast.
We also came to the VA and gave patients. We also, just as a team with the community relations staff, meet with the VA on a weekly basis as well and update them.
Okay.
So I did attend, meetings when appropriate to give updates on the various art program activities that we had.
Okay. Just moving on from that topic, specific to the selection process, could you take us through, there was a general call for artists in 2019, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And then you had mentioned that there was a community-based review panel. Okay, but there's a middle step, correct?
So we put on an artist call in 2019. It closed in January of 2020.
Yeah.
We called it Metro's 2020 Artist Pool. It's used for up to 5 years. Artists, it's a lot of work to apply to these massive public art projects. So we, in response to artists, we have created one pool that satisfies all Metro's projects, for up to 5 years, because then the artists get the opportunity to, be considered for all manner of art projects. And we use this pool, as I said, from everything from posters, our Lightbox series, exhibitions, and then these integrated artworks we have in stations. So artists apply to the pool with their qualifications and their past work, right?
Yeah.
And then we have project-specific art panels for each of the projects that then review the artist pool and shortlist artists based on their qualifications, who are then paid to create proposals for the stations. The art panel invites the artists to propose for specific stations. They may or may not get that station, but the whether they're selected is based on their proposal for the station and the sort of site specificity, responsiveness to the station, to the people, and the character of the place. All of the art panel ranks the proposals. The highest ranking art proposals are commissioned.
So, sorry, you were going to.
Does that help explain? And then, so for this particular project, because we were selecting artists for 4 stations, we had representation on the panel that represented all 4 station areas.
Right. So the reason why I think that that's significant is because when the artists applied for the artist pool, they had no idea that they could be possibly selected for a train station, right? It could be a bus poster. They don't know. When the artist is applying, they're just putting their name in the hat and saying, I would like to participate in Metro Art. Is that fair? And then the curatorial advisory committee shortlists veterans for specific projects. They submit concepts, and those concepts are rated by a community-based review panel. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. The reason why I think it's
I have support here as well from our team.
Sorry, Anthony, those are great questions that you asked. So just want to be clear, when we conducted the outreach for for the artist pool. And for the record, I'm Sephora Yamamoto. I work with Claire over at LA Metro, Senior Director of Special Projects with the Metro Art team. But when we conducted the outreach for the college artists, we were clear about the upcoming opportunities. So artists knew that we had new stations coming up. They knew where those stations were. They knew that we had poster opportunities coming up. In fact, at the in-person technical assistance workshops that we held throughout the county, we had our staff there. We had sample fabrication materials that would be used at the stations for these specific opportunities. We had artists who have worked with Metro before there to speak with artists who are considering applying, to let them know what the experience has been like for them, what the process is like when you're designing, working with a third-party fabricator. So it was very clear to artists that the range of opportunities was great. Now, I also heard your question about a pool. Why do we do a pool? Back in the days, when Metro was a smaller agency and we had fewer projects happening at a time, we frequently did do a call to artists for one specific opportunity. And you may remember that time, that maybe when the questions are, where the question is coming from. The feedback that we receive from the artist community is that it's very labor intensive to continue to respond to each of those individual calls for individual opportunities. It takes a lot of time to format your portfolio and submit to a call to artists. And remember, many of the artists that we work with, almost every single one, they are small and micro businesses. And they are applying to lots of these calls, not just at Metro. And it takes a significant amount of time to do that. So artists have asked us, can you please do something like a pool where we can apply once and be considered for multiple opportunities so that we don't have to have this tremendous burden of responding to so many calls for artists. And that's why we have that approach.
And I understand that making it convenient for the artist, but here's the complication specific to this station. The odds of Sandow Park being selected for this station, given his past private work, it's like a Powerball lottery. It's unbelievably, it's a fluke, right? I mean, you guys, Metro kind of glossed over his previous private work. But what it is, to me, what it shows is that the process here has some gaps. And I don't blame Metro for that. There was no way that Metro could have identified that. To go back and look at every artist's portfolio throughout the history of their career is not reasonable. But the problem that I have is based off of this selection process, there's a very minimal input for the public to express to Metro what it would like to see in its community stations. And just to piggyback on that, Metro's response is, well, there's opportunities to engage in these artist events. I found no opportunity to participate in any of these events. And so the fear I have is we're on a trajectory now where we have conceptual art pieces that doesn't necessarily speak to this community. And again, Metro has other communities to be concerned about. But this is unique in the sense that it's on federal VA property. And so I don't think Metro's current process works very well here. And I'm worried that we may get station art that, for example, may not have been the most inclusive with regard to veteran input. And so on that note, with the botanical garden and the platform art, how did the artists go about selecting those veterans who did participate?
I want to address the first point that you made, Anthony, and I'm sure a lot of people are wondering about that. First, I just want to reassure you that we understand and the complex dynamic at play in a particular geographic area. Station coming into this introduces more complexity. or any complex situations. For you are heard, and we understand that this is very complicated. Your input, the input of veterans, the input of this community in particular is very important to Metro. And it is not something that we take lightly. The process for designing artwork for the stations is a long one. So I want to assure you that the time for input on the artwork is coming this spring, but we're not there yet. We don't have enough of a developed design to share and get input from the community. And we have heard you, we understand, and it is a priority for us, for Metro, to get that input. We really want your help in making sure that our outreach efforts around that, around the open house that's coming up in the spring, where we want to get that input, that outreach is extensive, and that everybody who may want to participate knows about it and is able to participate. And we're really looking forward to working with you as a partner and making sure that that happens.
And I appreciate that, but you also understand the concern that one of these projects is done.
None of these projects are done.
None of these projects are done.
They are all in design development right now, and we will be having a Meet the Artist event in the spring to share where things are so far and to get input from the community.
Mr. Torres's art is not done. His portraits are not done.
His artwork is portraiture. He has created portrait painting.
Yes.
He is certainly open to input.
Okay. I appreciate that.
Yeah, and I'll turn it over to Claire, who can talk a little bit more about the work that was done with veterans for the concourse level artwork.
We're cranking on time a little bit here, so let's perhaps get some more of these questions and then wrap up. On the line, Board Member Tucker. Dennis, can you hear me?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, you're loud and clear.
Thank you, sir. Good morning to you, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, fellow board members. Unfortunately, I couldn't join you the last couple of days, but I'm here in my office at work and tuned in to the meeting. So I've been tracking what's going on over the last couple of days. Just a quick comment for the record, sir. Tony, it's not from lack of trying. I'll tell you, about 4 years ago in 2019, my Metro colleagues reached out to me via the Metro Veterans Program at the time to disseminate and distribute the message to see how many veteran artists, if you may, wanted to be part of this Purple Line extension that ends at the federal VA property that we talk about. As I sat on the commission as a commissioner, I shared that information personally with our commission, and I'm pretty sure we can go back and look at the minutes for that, but certainly not from lack of trying, Tony. And I know that we've heard the public and want their input for this Purple Line, especially a veteran property. The Metro colleagues have worked with me diligently to make sure that the word was conveyed throughout LA County. I shared that information with Military and Veteran Affairs to help distribute and disseminate that information. At the time, Director Wong, that is now moved on. Deputy Director Stone, I shared that information with, and also as a commissioner, I shared that information with the commission as well. So that's at the highest level here in LA County for sure, to make sure that, and also at the LAVC back in 2019. Again, it's not from lack of trying. What we have learned, Tony, I will say, working in concert with LA County from a Metro standpoint, and I have the opportunity to not only sit on this board, but also work with Metro. So I kind of, walk a really gray line here, but certainly we've heard you. And I want to personally mention to this board that we are going to really maximize our efforts to get the public feedback when it's that time and when we're at that phase with the Purple Line extension.
Hey Dennis, it's Tony, it's Anthony. Thank you for saying that. And I just want to finish my remarks by saying, look, I want this metro station here. I think a lot of veterans want this station here. It's not that anyone is opposed to having this mass transit station, at least speaking for myself. And I know previously the Federal Advisory Committee has taken action in support of the station. I just want to make sure we get this right. And, given what's happened here in the past month and a half, I think a lot of things need to get sorted out. And I'm glad that Metro has made themselves available to both the County Commission and the Federal Advisory Committee, but we have some work to do.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Dennis. Ms. Bravo, and then Mr. Baker.
Bravo for the record. So I don't want to talk about the process. My question is very specifically, if Sandro Burke has been the topic of discussion for controversy in regards to his previous artwork that has been seen as both offensive and derogatory of depicting veterans, and veterans here on the campus have been so vocal in saying that they don't want him being the representation here on the campus, then what process do they need to take in order to have him removed from this selection? Or is that like, well, it's too late, it's too bad? Because now we're looking at his previous artwork that again, we have veterans coming in talking about how it elicits really traumatic feelings, really poor emotions. And as much as I agree art should elicit feelings, I don't think those are the kind that they want when they're coming in and out of the VA hospital. So I'm worried that we're looking at potential vandalism of his artwork. I'm worried about people trying to be destructive. And then veterans essentially being upset that that was a decision. So, I mean, would it be 100 signatures for the veterans on the VA that would need to be given a Metro to be like, okay, this isn't the person we want, 1,000 signatures? What would be the process if that's the specific artist that we're talking about, saying we don't want him being the representation for the VA campus?
Thank you so much for your question. And we're aware, we have heard from the veteran community that there is some concern about the artist Sandow's work, past gallery work. And I want to draw a distinction between his past gallery work and what he was selected on, which is this past public artwork, right? The panel that selected Sandow Burke for the opportunity reviewed what was in his submittal. And
So that's what I'm saying. I don't want to talk about
Right,
the
right.
process of it. I'm asking, like, for
So-
veterans on CTRS who are saying, hey, we don't want him here. What steps would they need to take?
Sandow is under contract and actively designing the work. So what I would encourage and invite is for anybody who has concerns and interest to come to the meeting that we're going to have to preview the designs and to provide input at that time.
But on the artwork, but not the actual artist. Like,
On
he's already
the
been-
artwork.
So he's
Yes.
already been selected and there's nothing.
The artist is already under contract.
Okay, Mr. Bankman, and just to be clear, I'll have you state it one more time. The man is under contract and cannot be removed from this process.
Yes, he is already under contract, already designing the work. I will also add that Sandow Burke and us and Metro Art are committed to working through any concerns that the veteran community may have about the artwork. And we really encourage participation at the event that we will have, and we'll extend an invitation to everybody here. And we encourage everybody to please come. But we are committed to addressing any concerns. If there are concerns about the artwork, we will work with the community to address those concerns.
Well, I think you're hearing the concerns now, so let me just get Mr. Beglin and Sean. Another couple of questions.
Thank you, General. Rob Eglin for the record. I think we as a committee ought to understand that what we're doing here now is probably going to be the basis for future discussions about public art on the campus. Right? This is not the final piece of public art that'll end up on this campus, hopefully. Hopefully there will be sculptures, there will be water features. Hopefully local museums and local artists will want to contribute public art to this place. So I think we have to be super careful in the way we think about the challenge that this is. I'm categorically opposed to a cancel culture that says if someone has done something in the past, in particular in their private art commissions, that offends me today, that they are disqualified. I think that would be a disastrous precedent to set. It would scare away artists and it would scare away art institutions, which is the last thing we want to do. But I do have to say, Metro, I'm concerned that there's not enough awareness of this particular station. I want to offer two major thoughts. The first is that when the VA decided to grant Metro a permanent easement on this land, there was a substantial amount of veteran controversy about the fact that we were taking yet another piece of veteran land and we were donating it for public non-veteran uses. And you know that the way that played out was the whole question of parking garages, whether there ought to be parking garages or not. That's a really important factor you got to address in terms of the identity of the station. This is not a typical station. I think the second thing is the campus has an incredible historical place. Now, I've gone back and looked at the maps of Los Angeles in the 1910s, the 20s, and 30s. This land was known as a veteran home. It was as predominant a geographical feature as Beverly Hills, Culver City, any other place. They know it was a very active campus for decades. So I think in your art, you've got to find a way of situating this piece of land in a historically accurate way. I've seen the mock-up. I think we all have seen the mock-up of Mr. Burke's mural. I would hate to think that the extent of his depiction of this campus is the Wadsworth Chapel, a trailer used as a barber shop, and the gates. We can do much better than that. And I'm not going to ask you, I don't think it's fair for us to say of the 140 linear feet, what percentage is this campus versus West Los Angeles. All I would tell you as a veteran is I think the majority of the mural needs to be focused on veteran identity at this campus. That's all I have to say. I think this is a challenging assignment for you. I don't underestimate it for a moment. That's just my perspective.
Your point is well taken. And also just for clarification, that is a very small detail that's included in the PowerPoint of a very large artwork, which is in development, but we'll look forward to sharing the design process and what we have so far with you this spring. And I hope you'll join and bring these comments and really help us have artwork here, help your input be heard so that the artwork here truly does represent this community. And so that you see the results of that, of your input and the artwork that will be here at the station. Thank you for your comments. Appreciate that.
Sean and then Keith.
So I think you've heard a lot of concern here that we and the veterans community weren't as involved in the process as we'd like to be. And I think what you're hearing is a lot of, call it generational trauma, right? Like there's a lot of folks that say they care about veterans, they throw us a t-shirt or a squeezy ball and they're like, we support the troops. And then when it comes time to actually doing something or really integrating into society, we're left behind. And I think it sounds like there's nothing that can be done to reopen the selection of an artist, which look, the boat was missed and that sucks. I mean, contracts have been canceled. Just a few months ago, the county board of supervisors said no thanks to a contract that had been negotiated and selected through a free and fair procurement. But it doesn't sound like there's a willingness to reconsider that, which, you know, there's probably nothing we can do about that. However, to Rob's point, I think for everybody here that is from government, again, I want to make the point that, like, sitting in this room and doing these meetings, this is where we do our business. It would be really helpful if at the outset of these projects, the outset of any of these projects, folks would consider that and consider meaningful ways to include our organization and the veterans that we give voice to in the process. I do think that it's important that I think you're hearing a lot, like, you're inviting us to an event that we didn't have any say in. So I think any art that comes up here, as Rob said, is going to be any of the selection process is going to be a challenge, right? And I think the identity for veterans is important, but it's as important to bridge the Civ-Mill divide and make sure that this is a campus for everyone centered on veterans and the full life cycle of the veteran, right? Like, we only serve in the military for somewhere between 2 and 20 or 30 years. And then there's the whole rest of our lives where we're not in the military. And that isolation causes a lot of issues. So I hope that that will be considered in art all over the campus.
Mr. Borland and then Mr. Montgomery.
If I may just before the next comment, just say it's really well taken. And we last briefed this group in 2018, which I recognize it's a long time, 5 years have elapsed. Would be very happy to come back more frequently and be an agenda item at these meetings so that we can keep this particular group well apprised and take your feedback with us as we continue to work on the art program for this project. Again, it's a long-term commitment. We have several years ahead of us here and really want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to continue to build and maintain this relationship.
Thanks very much. I'm sure the board in the future will appreciate that. The track record of the past and veterans input just doesn't seem to back that up. Boylan.
Thank you, sir. Keith Boylan. I would just wanted to follow up a bit. I mean, there seems to be some questions about the efforts for outreach, grassroots, or not in terms of making folks get input and so forth. I want to formalize that a little bit. One of the programs I oversee for the state is the Disabled Veteran Business Enterprise Program. And we mentioned small businesses and micro businesses and so forth, and DVBs in that category. The program basically for the board, it's a state program that tries to requires a 3% state contracting goal for all state contracts. Metro, I was down here many years ago. You guys, we had your kickoff. You guys are on as reciprocity partners, following the requirements of the DVB program in terms of contracting and procurement. So I was just curious. I know it's not widgets, so it's a little bit different when you're talking about art and contracting and so forth. I know all artists aren't created equal and so forth. So it's not medical supplies or something where the product's the same, but it also gives veterans bidding preference and a variety of other requirements associated with that. So I'm just curious if this was put out through, I know the building of the tunnels, the building of the systems, I would have heard about it already if those weren't available to DVBs, but I think maybe perhaps the art ones slid under the radar. I'm just curious, did this go out through GoBiz, the governor's office of business, or the bid sync system, and these contracts were available and advertised?
These were advertised. These contracts were advertised, but because of the threshold of these contracts, they're not at that. They're much smaller.
Well, that's the micro business, DVB, small business level. That's anything from 0 up to, it could be up to in the millions, but that's the whole point of the program is it covers those small programs. So usually as reciprocity partners, the requirement would be that you would put those out through the bidding system with the governor's office of business. So I'm just curious if, when you put these contracts out for bid for the artwork, if they were put out through the state system, which then would make these contracts available to the several thousand of disabled veteran business enterprises that are registered with the state.
I don't know if this is put out through the state system. I'll have to check with our procurement officers on that. But I know the art contracting is just a little bit different than some of the other contracting we do have.
Was it was put out through Metro though?
It was put out for Metro, yeah.
I have just, Philip Mangano, I just have three quick questions before we pivot to our next presenter. The first question is, I understand this is a detail of a larger piece of art. Are there other depictions in the larger piece of art of the campus?
Yeah, so the art, as we said, the artwork is in development. There's an image of the hospital itself. There's other
around housing for all people experiencing homelessness, including the veterans here in Los Angeles. So so I have the opportunity to jump into the shelters in San Francisco, the Ides of March 2020. So beware the Ides of March. And started screening all people experiencing homelessness in San Francisco for signs and symptoms of COVID. I walked around with a digital thermometer in the shelters, just trying to see if anyone had a fever. In part because of this work that Dennis Culhane presented. Dennis Culhane, for those of you who aren't aware, is probably the most august researcher around homelessness in this country, and he predicted that about 20% of people experiencing homelessness across the country was going to be infected with COVID, and about 5% of the entire population were expected to die. So rather than sitting around in my little ivory tower as professor of medicine at UCSF, I left that position and started trying to find people who were exposed to COVID and try to get them into hotels to prevent them from coming to harm. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about that story and what we learned in that process that I think is very relevant to the work we're doing here. Next slide, please. So, overview around health and homelessness. People experiencing homelessness have a higher rate of chronic medical conditions and behavioral health disorders than the general population. This we know, but as we were talking about earlier, that's not the driver for homelessness. The main driver for homelessness in this country is lack of affordable housing. Nonetheless, people who have chronic medical problems need different types of housing than the other population of people experiencing homelessness who just need a home. And the key that we need to figure out to make a system efficient, and I think this is where the VA here has a great opportunity and a long way to go, is to assess who has these problems and what housing will work to treat their problem. So we know that the people who live with these chronic medical and psychiatric conditions do better when they get into housing, but their problems don't just disappear. If you've lived with depression and psychosis and meth addiction and congestive heart failure for the last 20 years, once you're housed, those things all get better, but they still need to be treated. And for the most part, many people who've lived on the streets for a long time will be prioritizing other things besides their medical care once they get into housing. They'll want to have better food, or they want to watch the right movies, or they want to go out and do things, but they often don't take care of their medical condition. So we need to both know what their problem is, and we need to be able to provide care for them. And we can't just sit in our four walls of our clinic and expect people to come to us to get that care. There is no funding stream in the VA for a level of care above permanent supportive housing. There's skilled nursing facility care at the CLC, just a few hundred yards away from here. There's permanent supportive housing, the 1,200 units we're going to build, and the many thousands of units in the county. But there's no way to get someone to this assisted living level of care. And Dr. Braverman and his staff are working hard to figure out how to make that happen, but there just isn't a funding stream for that. So this is a gap in the system that we really need to fix. Next slide, please. This is my favorite research I've ever done in my career. It's not very good research, so it's not published, but it is something that I did. I call it art research because I actually did it between Powell Street Station and El Cerrito Plaza in San Francisco one day when I had spreadsheets of two different data sets. One data set was the different housing programs that I've placed people in, and I ranked them by beauty, which is not replicable in any other scale. It's my sense of which buildings are beautiful and which are ugly. We would probably come to consensus about it pretty quickly. Buildings that are dark and have stained carpet and bathrooms down the hall, those are uglier buildings. Buildings that have beautiful light that are coming in, that are newer, that have, the right color paint on the wall. Those are more beautiful. So I rank them from ugliest, which is the group representing the most ugly, the Windsor on the left, and the most beautiful one on the right was Mission Creek, which is a beautiful building right on the bay. And then I just crossed the ranking of beauty to the death rates over 5 years of people who are living in these buildings. And believe it or not, it was statistically significant that the more beautiful building you're in, the less death happens. Why is that? Now, this is like all-cause mortality. Congestive heart failure, HIV, cancer, overdose. Nonetheless, the more beautiful the building, the less people die. And it's really big difference from 7% annually down to 2% annually, based exclusively on the beauty of the architecture. So this is really informative for the work that we're doing here. Getting people who are sick into beautiful buildings will have a great impact on their quality of life and life expectancy. So we need to find who the sick people are across this population and make sure that they are prioritized towards the beautiful buildings that are across the street. Next slide. Any questions on that? It's like that's magic research for me. I just love it because it fits with my values. That when you see a sunset and you're just filled in your heart with the joys of the world, you know that life is worth it, and you just want to make that for the people who we're caring for, to give them that opportunity to fill their hearts and to live longer. All right, moving on to COVID. So we housed a whole ton of people, faster than ever before in San Francisco. 2,500 people we moved from streets into these tourist hotels. As a physician, what was so exciting about that was that we were able to assess their medical and psychiatric need across the entire population as they entered into the hotels. So we had, for the first time in the 30 years that I've been working in homeless medicine in San Francisco, a representative sampling of medical and psychiatric conditions across the population. And it's my suggestion that this is a template that can be used in any other population, including veterans in Los Angeles. It gives us a sense of what % of people are really sick medically and psychiatrically, and who needs to be in housing that supports their illness. So what we found across the 2,500 is about 7% had both a severe medical condition, such as congestive heart failure, HIV, cancer, untreated diabetes, etc., and they were using the nursing services that were in each of the 27 buildings that we were able to grab during the shutdown that happened in San Francisco 3 years ago. So they were both sick and benefited from nursing. That created a group among these 2,500 people who we called our sick in SIP group, sick in sheltered in place hotels. And I was able to advocate within the city government system to say we need to take all of these people and offer them permanent supportive housing with on-site nursing in their building indefinitely. So I got 184 vacant units across the entire 11,000 housing system in San Francisco, and every single one of these people who were in shelter-in-place hotels were offered permanent housing with on-site nursing. 90% of them moved into it. So now I have a system of care that can actually provide people who are medically frail and want nursing care to benefit from that nursing care. And that reduces hospitalizations, which is a big expense for the city. It reduces death, which I learned in medical school is a good thing. And it improves quality of life. And I'm recommending that these data points can be shared here in Los Angeles so that the population of veterans who are trying to house should be offered, if you meet criteria, housing with on-site nursing. Next slide. This just gives some brief overview demographics of these 2,500 people. They were older than the general homeless population, average age around 60. Next slide. African Americans are overrepresented in this population compared to the general population in San Francisco by a ton, where the percent of African Americans in the homeless population in San Francisco is about 36 to 40%. In San Francisco, in the general population, is about 4%. So you have to embrace the truth that racism and historic racism has been a major driver of the demographics of homelessness in San Francisco and in every other city in the United States, where this is across all populations. Cleveland or Philadelphia, where there's a much higher percentage of African Americans in the general population, you'll still have homeless population overrepresented, usually with a 2 to 3 times higher percentage in that homeless population. Next slide. So what were these people sick with? So I just, most everyone was sick with a lot of different diagnoses, but I tried to pick out the primary driver of illness for this entire population. And the number one cause of disability across this population was congestive heart failure. And almost all of them who had congestive heart failure got bad hearts from using amphetamines. So amphetamine use is bad in the long run because it trashes hearts. But you can see across these different things, there are a whole smattering of other illnesses, but they're real illnesses and they don't go away. So even though people get housed, we still have to take care of them. And we need to take care of them in a way to benefit from them. Next slide. This isn't a particularly interesting slide in terms of the specifics, but it just shows that we have a lot of buildings in San Francisco that have nurses. And we house them across all of them, with some, like the Tehanen, that Dr. Harris was able to visit last week, got a big chunk of them, but other buildings that were older and had fewer vacancies also got other folks who had these problems, but had on-site nursing. A bunch of different buildings. Next slide. So these are just pictures of the buildings so you can see the kind of different portfolio that we have. This is the Tehanen, which is a really cool building because it's a modular construction. So each apartment was built right down to the toilet in the OS factory on Mare Island. And then they're shipped over the Bay Bridge from the middle of the Sacramento River to downtown San Francisco in the middle of the night and put together sort of like Lego pieces. This is such an important building because it came in at a price tag of $350,000 per door, which sounds like a lot, but it's by half the price of any other construction we've ever done in San Francisco. Next slide. This is the Granada, which is a home key acquisition. So this building was purchased by the city of San Francisco using exclusively state funds. And it's a big building. It's about 260 units of an old residential hotel, but it was one that we were able to bring to the market in the last couple of years. Next. Diva is also another home key acquisition that we've done in the last couple of years, but this was a tourist hotel right on Powell Street, right on the cable car line. Next one. The Gotham is a building that is out in a much sort of better neighborhood, if you will, in San Francisco. It's out in Hayes Valley, another home key acquisition. So these are all new buildings that have been brought to the portfolio in San Francisco just since COVID hit. Next. And another brand new construction that opened 2 months ago on Mission Street, right next to the federal courthouse. This is a 260 unit, also modular construction owned by Mercy Housing. Next one. And then this is a regular construction, only 53 units in a sort of marginal neighborhood. This one comes in at $750,000 per door, but it was also built in the last 3 years. Next slide. And this was a building that was built for like tech bros to go down to Silicon Valley. It's small micro apartments that didn't pencil out for the owners, so they sold it again to the city using home key acquisition. So all these are state money being injected into San Francisco to give an increased number of permanent support housing units for people experiencing homelessness. Next slide. I think that's it for the buildings. All right. So how did this do? Well, this is a real money slide. This is totally shocking. And I mentioned it yesterday. Only 14 people have died in San Francisco who had both homelessness and COVID. So most of these people did not die from COVID. They didn't die from respiratory illness, from inflammatory response to COVID, the coronavirus. Most of them died other things, but were COVID positive at the time of their death. This is so far below the predictions that Dr. Culhane expected. I mean, and if you look at it across other populations, New York City, Los Angeles, we crushed them in terms of preventing death. And the only way that I can come up with any scientific reason is we house people. So if you want evidence as to why housing is a good thing to do, this is the best evidence historically we'll ever get. You know, it's been funny, I've been in meetings since this time. People say, you know, we need some crisis to come along to prove to us that housing is a good thing to invest to prevent bad outcomes from health. I'm like, hello, just had that crisis, and these data support that. Next slide. And while we're looking over here at the shiny object of coronavirus, so many San Franciscans have died from overdose. So we've had over 1,000 people in the last 3 years die from overdose from fentanyl. So the amount of intensity and response that we're doing to house people because of the infectious disease has been extraordinary. But at the same time, we are not doing anything to help prevent harm from overdose. Be humble with this slide. And what this also shows, if you want to know, is that the orange line is deaths among people who have been actually on the streets from overdose over this time period, while the gray line is people who we housed. So this also shows that housing is a significant improvement in terms of reducing likelihood of death from opiate overdose, about a 2% annual rate death from opiate overdose in housing compared to a 7% overdose rate for people on the streets. Next slide. Almost done. So just in general, the world I work in, I have 11,000 people who I'm responsible for in San Francisco who are in permanent supportive housing. More housing per capita than any other city in the United States. But if you walk through the Tenderloin, you see what we've learned yesterday. For every person we house, 2 more people become homeless. So we have it great to be proud of all the people who have what I think is a human right, which is a home. But we have so much far to go to continue to keep up with the influx and to reduce the influx as we go along. 5% of all people in my housing die every year. We've had 1,500 new units just in 2022, a huge expansion. And we have a big increase in the number of buildings that have an on-site nurse. What do those nurses do? They assess people at the bedside. They refer them to primary care. They coordinate and help people go back and forth to the hospital when they need to. But most importantly is they help get people who are often unlikely to take the medications that I prescribe to take those medications. They overcome side effects. They help people organize their medications and they help them to benefit from this, what we have to offer, which is medicines. And they support the on-site staff. Next slide. So this is what I offer up to you here in the VA in Los Angeles. This is a little flow sheet of what I do all day long. So if you replace HUD-VASH with coordinated entry, this is my day job. Is everyone comes into the homeless delivery system and a medical person will assess them for what they have going on. Just heart failure, amphetamine addiction, psychiatric concern. They summarize that person's story and they send it to this panel of people, which is a diverse panel made up of at least 2 of the 5 of us are African Americans, so being representative of the population that we're taking care of. We have a behavioral health specialist, we have a nurse, a physician, and an administrator. And we get these cases and we assess what their stories are, what their medical problem is, and we make a recommendation as to what the right treatment for their condition is. Now, here in Los Angeles, you don't have a big, diverse supportive housing portfolio. Basically, all the supportive housing is basically the same. You don't have any buildings that have nurses on site. You don't have any buildings that have intensive case management or a psychiatrist on site or a behavioral health specialist. So this line over here that says clinical recommendation describes the different diversity of housing that we have in San Francisco. We have some buildings that have nurses. We have some buildings that have intensive case management, a lower ratio of tenants to staff so that we can more effectively take care of people with severe and persistent mental illness. We have some buildings that are just regular PSH with, you know, a 20-to-1 tenant to case management ratio. But what we do in our clinical group is we say, this person is not going to make it in housing unless they have a nurse on site. So the case manager who has a relationship with them, nonetheless maintaining choice, say, we think you should be at the Windsor that has an on-site nurse. So we think you should be at Renee Kazmanoff Apartments, which has an on-site nurse. Or you know something? You're doing really well. You're taking all your medications. You're making your primary care appointments. You're undetectable in your HIV. You don't need to be in a nursing supported unit. Let's put you in a different site. So what I'm suggesting that we as a board and what we can encourage the VA here to do is both to diversify the housing type. So let's say 2 of these buildings that are getting built across the street have a full-time nurse. I think that would be great. And then we have to find a way to assess the entire population so that the people who go into that building can benefit from her presence. Once that recommendation is made, a housing navigator then holds their hand into permanent supportive housing, and to maintain fair housing regulations like we talked about yesterday, Rob, the receiver, the houser, just takes who the VA recommends. You get a system of care that improves outcomes, reduces unnecessary hospitalizations, and we can all hold hands and sing. So just to wrap it up, when I was at USITH, back at the end of the first term of the Obama administration, we produced something called Opening Doors, which was sort of our template for how homeless services should be across the country. And one of the guiding principles from that document, which I think is still relevant today, is the right treatment for the condition. Right treatment for the condition. And the right treatment is a different type of housing. We see housing as a healthcare treatment. We have this incredible opportunity here in Los Angeles that's never been available to any community of the world, is to improve these outcomes, reduce costs by matching the right housing with the needs of each person. We need to diversify those housing options, and we need to offer veterans the choice to make the right match with the recommendation. That is all I got for you. So any questions you want to ask about this?
Mr. Boyle.
Sure, thank you. Thank you, Doctor. That's amazing. Well, I guess I'll start with the first part. I think you developed a little test there at the beginning of your slideshow that you can use to pick your friends. I thought of that test and I thought, well, I'd be scared to take it. I don't know I don't know how I see beauty. I hope that my 10 on the beauty scale wouldn't be the bottom of the other side of that scale, but it's interesting. It's interesting. And this is all great stuff. In your last slide, kind of the progression. In 2 weeks, I'm in Monterey for collaborative courts, their state collaborative courts conference, and it's similar to how they put panels together for veteran treatment courts and justice diversion programs, and the same concept and having this group of folks and professionals and judges and so forth come together, and they take each veteran individually and kind of do what you said and bring some mental health and other doctors involved. All of that is maybe put something in there for a veteran service representative. So just the cultural competency around VA benefits and other things that might have, just so you have someone in the room that can speak to that, because it often comes up when you start discussing health and access to health and those kind of things. But that's amazing. That's a great, I think something like that down here would be particularly effective. And then there was one other question.
Can you go back in that one slide? If you wouldn't mind.
Sure.
So I think you're absolutely right. So that blue circle that says clinical assessment panel, making that representative of the particular culture or veteran.
Exactly. I think you're dealing with more
population. I think, always want to embrace that we have biases, both conscious and unconscious. And the best way, I think, to serve a diverse population is to have a diverse group of people making these kind of life determining choices. So however we can be representative of the people we serve, which I think you're absolutely right. In this particular population would have to have a hefty veteran presence.
Yeah. So, and then the other part of it, when you start talking about I took a note yesterday when you were, I put it on. There was two things. A gentleman yesterday said, called the workplace over here, baby, Skid Row, and I put that in quotes. And you said, yes, health, going in and out. Housing is health. And I put that in quotes too, because I think it's huge. And the fact that you're trying to, the work you've done and trying to identify that exact care and the need for that in that gap that exists between skilled nursing, aging population, there's a huge long-term care facilities. We oversee vet homes. The VA is in no hurry to build any more long-term care facilities like that, like the home across the street here in West LA. So there's going to be need. They're pushing their programs towards aid to tenants and keeping people at home. But in the homeless population, permanent supportive housing needs to have that represented in that model. And a big part of that is making sure folks stay stably housed. I just 2 weeks ago announced 25 million in grants. US Vets was granted down here in LA, Veterans Path in San Diego, Swords to Plowshares in San Francisco. And it's funny you said that because I used to go in the office every day when Swords was on between 6th and 7th. I worked in the dental line there for forever. So that's a rough neighborhood. Up in Sonoma, Sacramento. So it's going to be well represented throughout the state. But what it is, it's 700 units that will be going through this pilot program that we've delivered this funds to, that is going to allow them to bring on additional staff, additional nursing staff, occupational therapists, external transportation, mental health services, a variety of things to, I am kind of calling it a HUD-VASH plus system, where hopefully this model, after the 3 years is up, we'll be able to establish evidence that these additional services, the more robust, specialized services with folks within project-based VASH, will have better results. So it's an expansion of that, hopefully going back to the VA and ask them to contemplate expanding VASH or establish another program that digs a little deeper into that supportive service side. But like you said, the key issue is the funding streams for such endeavors are not there. We tried to get the builders on board through BHHP, which is some of the stuff we've talked about over here these last couple of days. And that doesn't always go over well, but that's a huge gap there, and particularly with the aging population. So just kudos and great work, and the COVID information is just fantastic. Thank you.
Mr. Allman.
Dr. Bamberger, thanks for this. Going to the clinical assessment for high needs placement, that slide,
This one?
This one?
Yeah.
This seems pretty intuitive, but maybe it's because I've heard you talk about it for so long, right, where it just starts to make sense. What box is not happening? I mean, I understand the clinical recommendation referral, I think you had mentioned during the discussion, is not happening.
Every box but the first and last.
Right.
Is not happening.
So could you talk, maybe, set up, could you talk, for example, where is the breakdown in funding? Because we heard the developers earlier say, that this is a business. So is it because they can't draw down funds from the VA, from the county, from the state? Where's their break in?
I don't think it's on the developers at all. I think this is within the healthcare delivery system. So the part that's hard for me to make a recommendation within what I know about the VA is that pink box. How do you assess all people in real time, accurately and usefully? So as many of you know, the VA has one of the most extensive electronic medical record system in the world. It's old, but it's really broad. So if you wanted to be able to sit at a computer, you could get a really accurate clinical snapshot of almost anybody who's been approved for HUD-VASH just by looking at their record. And you have a lot of outreach workers who are engaging people in conversation, and you could add to the richness of the data through that. So that's how you would populate the information that's in that pink box. The blue box, the blue circle is actually, that doesn't take much effort at all. I mean, you could have, Sally and the HPAC medical director, and you could have, a couple of outreach veterans who are out
with
in the street.
experience, maybe.
Yeah, exactly. They could be all part of that, and they could catch these cases. I think the biggest challenge and the place where the effort needs to be most today is getting this diversity of housing options. So as you heard me, I kept asking each of the developers, do you have room for a nurse? And they said, yes, we have room for a nurse. Now, I think the jury is out, whether Dr. Braverman or Sally or Mr. Kuhn, they want to hire nurses to be on site when, 300 yards away is this building. I don't think I've made the case strong enough yet to prove to them that I think that it won't work to get people to benefit from primary care and nursing care if people stay only in this building. I think they need to be embedded in the housing. But, that's my view, but that's where I've been for the last 20 years. So of course, that's why I think it's a good idea. So I don't know, we'll see. If I made that case, I hope I have. You could do it as an experiment. You could try a year of having a nurse in one of the buildings and see if that benefits people, and then see if she paid for her own time by reducing hospital days.
But where you put the specialized medical technician, whatever it might be, whether it's a nurse or a psychiatrist, is going to determine where the placements are made, right?
Right.
So
You have to have it up front or else you can't do it.
Right.
And if
Because
you just,
otherwise you spread them all out and that defeats the purpose.
so it needs to be done before the first person walks in so that you can prioritize those people towards this.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Any other questions?
I do have one, Josh. I don't understand enough about the process, but does every eligible vet present with a VA medical history?
Pretty much.
Okay. Even those that we talked about this morning that are not eligible for VA?
No, I mean, but they would have some other medical assessment possible, either from the outreach worker, or potentially you could ask for a release of information from their primary care provider. And some people are, haven't come in touch with the medical system. They are rare, I would say. 2% haven't been assessed somewhere at some time.
Okay, so there's nothing then, I shouldn't say there's nothing, but odds are there's nothing out there that's going to slow down the intake process for anybody because of their.
You'd have to have a dedicated staff person who's assigned to go mine the data and collect the information and package it in a useful and fair way.
Is that represented up here?
That's represented by that pink box.
The pink
That's
box.
the medical assessment, which during our COVID experience, we did it literally as people walked in the door. They weren't given a key to their unit until they met with a nurse physician or nurse practitioner. So that's how we got all that information up front.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Mangano. Josh, the buildings that you showed us, are any of those buildings exclusively for veterans?
No.
And do you have any idea of what percentage of the occupants of these buildings, whether they were city-driven or home key-driven, had what the percentage of veterans in them was?
Very few, because as Keith can mention from the tour we did, the VA in San Francisco has 5 project-based large buildings just for veterans. And the HUD-VASH program has 100% access to those. So if someone goes through coordinated entry and says that they are a veteran, they're immediately routed to the HUD-VASH for housing, which has more vacancies, so it's faster and more veteran specific.
So there are vacancies in the buildings here in San Francisco, just as there are here in LA?
Not that many in the project-based, but our PIT count is in the, a total number of veterans on the streets or shelters around 200 right now, which isn't where I want it to be, but it's pretty good.
So in your system, when you have this chart, which is up in front, when you're kind of triaging people to the right building, is it those 5 buildings that you just alluded to?
No,
So
it's those,
unpack that a
it's,
little bit.
20 buildings that have nurses on site. Well, there are actually 175 permanent supportive housing sites in San Francisco. 20 of them have a full-time nurse.
And so when they're triaged, veterans would go to buildings which have a preponderance of just homeless people who aren't veterans in order to get this service. Is that right?
So I'm conflating things, I'm sorry, Phil. Among the project-based buildings that are only veterans, 3 of them have a nurse.
That's 3 of the 5, right?
Right, 3 of the 5 have a nurse, correct. One of them is a brand-new, beautiful building that doesn't have a nurse. And interestingly, the outcomes aren't so bad at the beautiful building without a nurse compared to the ugly building with a nurse.
So as you know, part of the difficulty here is if everything starts at 0, you can make all those referrals. When the buildings fill up, of course, then you've got your triage and you're stalled by the fact that there just aren't units to place people in. So how do you respond to that in San Francisco?
So I run a team that's called the FACTS team, Permanent Housing Advanced Clinical Services. It's a mobile medical team made up of 6 nurses, 3 advanced practice clinicians, 1 psychiatric nurse practitioner, a part-time medical director. And we are assigned to the other buildings that don't have a nurse on site, that the case managers on site will activate us to come to the bedside and provide bridging and stabilization care for those people until we can get them into primary care. And I also have a cohort of about 15 UCSF medical students that accompany people to their primary care appointments. So even though the primary care clinic might be a block away, they just don't make it to their appointment unless I have these medical students who accompany them. So I think that's an interesting model to just, 200 yards away down the street here too.
Great work. Thanks.
Thanks. Do I get to get off the hot seat and start
Josh,
lots and things?
who pays for the nurses?
The health department. And they're not billable to Medicaid or Medi-Cal. So it's straight out of general fund.
Okay, any other questions for Dr. Bamberger? Thank you very much, sir. Okay, moving along, Mr. Rob Beglin and the Master Plan Subcommittee.
Thank you, General. Rob Beglin for the record. So we have 2 recommendations that we're offering, the Subcommittee on Master Planning is offering. They both relate to the metro station. One relates to the naming of the metro station, and the second relates to the artwork. And before I read the 2 recommendations, I just wanted to recognize that we've been able to, I think, offer some recommendations that are very topical, and timely, and relevant, really because of the work of 3 folks. Anthony Allman, Jim Zenner, and Chi Zito have all been really focused on this issue at the county level. And as a result, I think it's pretty ripe for discussion by our group. The first recommendation, which is titled Recommendation 19-2, addresses station naming, and I'll read that if I can. 1901 is from services. Okay. Whereas the Los Angeles County Metropolitan Transit Authority, Metro, has begun construction of a transit facility at the West Los Angeles VA campus, a Veterans Campus Station, pursuant to easements obtained from the federal government. Cite the record of decision. Whereas when completed, the Veterans Campus Station is expected to serve as the western terminus for the Metro's Purple Line, and we included the station map there as a link. Whereas an adjacent station immediately to the east on Wilshire Boulevard and only 0.36 miles distant will serve Westwood and UCLA. Whereas at the current time, Metro has named the Veterans Campus Station as the Westwood/VA Hospital. Such naming appears in all the literature currently distributed by Metro. Whereas Metro's use of the name Westwood to describe the Veterans Campus Station is not accurate, because the western boundary of Westwood is the 405 freeway. We included a map there from the Westwood Neighborhood Council. And additionally, for much of the relevant boundary, the extensive national cemetery separates Westwood from the VA campus. Whereas the transit station will principally benefit non-veterans, i.e. other residents of the city of Los Angeles, and this fact has been criticized by some veterans, any use of the term Westwood to describe the station may be seen by those veterans as further evidence of the harm of allowing veteran property to be used for non-veteran purposes. Whereas on June 22nd, 2022, the VCOEB adopted recommendation set 17-02, which recommended that, quote, the Secretary of Veteran Affairs requests that the Los Angeles Metropolitan Transit Authority refer to the planned metro station on campus as the Pacific Branch / VA Hospital Station. And whereas on October 3rd, 2022, the Secretary of Veteran Affairs offered a non-concur response to recommendation set 17-02, instead stating that SecVA will work with the LA County Metropolitan Transportation Authority, OGC, OAEM, and BAG LAHS to determine the feasibility of this recommendation. And then we offer a set of 3 related recommendations. The first recommendation, 19-2-A, recommends that the Secretary of Veteran Affairs send a written communication to Metro advising the agency that the current station affiliation to Westwood does not accord with the veterans community's perception of this land. Recommendation 19-2-B recommends that the Secretary of Veteran Affairs include in his written communication to Metro that VCOEB's preferred name for the transit station is Pacific Branch / VA Hospital. And recommendation 19-2-C recommends that the Secretary of Veteran Affairs not attempt to describe the transit station by merely referring to it as VA Hospital, because doing so will denigrate the importance of restoring the campus to its historic role as a home for veterans, predating by several decades the creation of the Veterans Bureau in 1921, the Veterans Administration in 1930, and the U.S. Department of Veteran Affairs in 1909. Simply, and we refer also there to a VA history. And then finally, simply referring to it as VA Hospital would also fail to emphasize the future housing and civic component to the campus as a resource for all veterans, not just those receiving medical care at the hospital.
Josh Bamberg, for the record, I second the motion.
Your motion, I second Dr. Bamberger.
Huh?
Motion?
You move. Who second? I motion to.
I second the motion. Anthony Allen, for the record.
Rob, Pacific Branch. I didn't get from the lawyers, the VA lawyers, I got the fact that if something is a historic location, then it doesn't need to get congressional approval. Do you think that Pacific Branch is a historic location and therefore can be approved by just the secretary?
So Rob Beglin for the record. I wish it was so easy, but I think, and Kristen's here today, I think that the test under the federal statute 38 USC 513 is a geographic description. In other words, VA is free to use a geographic description without involvement by Congress. But I don't think Pacific Branch qualifies with a geographic description. Remember, originally it was a name, Pacific Branch for Disabled American Volunteers. So I think the opinion we heard from OGC was using Pacific Branch will require an act of Congress.
Is there anything that would encompass the intent of Pacific Branch that would be a geographic location?
see it. I mean, maybe all of you do, but I just don't see it.
I mean, the Department of the Interior, when it was listed as a historic district, acknowledged the name Pacific Branch. So, I mean, as far as a geographical area, I mean, I'm not an expert in that, but there is some recognition of the name by other parts of the federal government as a historic area.
So could would you see I don't even know what the right lawyer is. The VA's lawyer give an opinion as to whether or not the Pacific Branch is a geographic location. He gave that.
She's right behind.
Got it. Okay.
President, would be great.
Wasn't clear if that specific question was answered, but clearly I missed something because everyone else does.
I would love to recognize Kristen if she wants to be recognized.
Thank you. Kristen Grodick, for the record. As Robert mentioned yesterday, yes, we generally consider the name Pacific District does not fall within the confines of 531. So it's not really a geographical description. I suppose you could say the Pacific Ocean, but we consider it to be a little bit more narrow in how we read 531. And honestly, we think it's best, especially if we're contemplating naming the entirety of the West LA campus, that go through, have some degree of congressional oversight and approval. But not necessarily opposed, but think that it's wise to go through Congress and have it fully finalized.
So then I'm not so sure I want to support this recommendation because we're asking the secretary to do something that he's not privileged to do.
Mr. Allen.
Anthony Allen for the record. Dr. Bamberger, are you referring to 19-2-B?
Indeed.
That's not what it says. It says that the Secretary of Veteran Affairs included in his written communication to Metro that VCOEB's preferred name for the station is Pacific Branch VA Hospital.
Why do we need the Secretary of Veteran Affairs to know anybody what our preferred name is? Our preferred name is.
We can't communicate that to Metro. We don't.
It has to come from the secretary. We only recommend to the secretary.
So you just heard Metro earlier talk about, well, take into consideration, the Federal Advisory Committee's input. The formal mechanism to do that is only through a recommendation.
Mr. Van Dyker.
Sean Van Dyke for the record. Names are important. We heard yesterday from the lawyer that this is a closed issue for us. If we want to continue down the road of naming issues at every meeting, I recommend that we amend this to, I guess we can't even, actually, no, I recommend that we don't do this. And folks should call their congressman and say that they're interested in opening this up. It took a year to rename the VA campus in San Diego after Jennifer Moreno. Congressman Mike Levin took it on and did it. It's not our mandate to deal with naming. We've made recommendations on this before, and it seems like it's going to dilute our power if we keep talking about this over and over again. And I don't know how it helps veterans. We heard over and over and over again that folks want to move onto this campus. They don't care what the name is. They want to move onto this campus and get housing. And we're going to spend an hour talking, but we spent a lot of time talking about names. This meeting and in my first meeting, I remember that there was a pretty contentious discussion here. And I agree that it matters, but like beating our heads against the wall on somewhere that has no, like the secretary cannot name this campus. And so we've made it clear what we want in the recommendation from before. So I think the best pathway that we can all do for those that care about this is call, who's the representative here now? It's not Ted Lou anymore. I mean, yeah, call Brad Sherman and say, hey, Congressman, we want to rename the campus. Can you help? And he can do what Mike Levin did, hold together a committee that we could all be on if we want to, or anybody who cares deeply about this. But I really think that we should, like, I'm not going to vote for this because I don't think that it's something that actually helps veterans.
Understood. I hear you on that, but that's not what 19-2B says, just to be clear.
But nothing in here helps veterans, right? Well, we're talking about a name of a metro station, which is still open for debate. And like, they're going to come here, we're going to have those conversations. But coming from the secretary isn't going to change much. And like, we haven't taken any input from veterans. This is what we want to do right here in this group. This is what a subset of this group wants to do, not what a subset of the people that are living here. And by the time we start naming it, there's going to be veterans that live there. So what if we did a survey?
Well, it's not a subset because the Federal Advisory Committee already agreed that, and while there was disagreement, agreed that this was a preferred name. And this may not be, the exclusive input that Metro receives. They could talk to other parties.
But shouldn't we ask the people that live in the housing here?
Yeah, and we recommended that.
So I would be supportive of this if the recommendation was to recommend to the secretary that they survey the folks that live and work here what the name should be. Because it's not just for the veterans that live here, right? It's for the veterans that live here and the people who support them that work on this campus.
I hear your point. I just have a difference of opinion.
Well, I'd like to propose an amendment that we strike recommendation 2B or amended recommendation 2B that says that we request that instead of making a recommended name, a name recommendation, that we ask the secretary to survey the people that live and work here.
I'm opposed to that recommendation.
I have a motion on the floor. We got to see if there's a second. No, I have a substitute. I have an amendment, a motion for an amendment. You move for an amendment, then that has to be considered. If I don't get a second, then it's not considered.
So
We have a second.
no, we have a motion on the floor. Who did? Right, so we have a motion on the floor.
And then I move, I
Has
have,
to be disposed of.
so the Robert's rules don't apply? But I put a motion for an amendment.
Okay, look, procedurally, I'm a little opposed to all of this because the subcommittee of which Sean was a member was given this draft over a week ago. And the first concerns I'm hearing are now. Let's start with the basics, Sean. When we voted as a committee a year ago to recommend Pacific Branch, you opposed it, didn't you?
And
Is that right?
Because we're not taking input from the people. who live
I'm just asking a straightforward question.
Yes.
We as a committee voted to use the name Pacific Branch. You were the sole holdout. Isn't that right?
I was not the sole holdout.
Who else opposed?
I don't remember.
I don't think that's right. You were the only guy who opposed. But you know what? I don't want to relitigate that. I think that what the last year has done is actually demonstrated the importance of us having taken a position a year ago. Because what we were trying to say a year ago was this place is more than a VA hospital. We need to pick a name so that people understand it's more than a VA. That's all this is, okay? Now, yesterday, Brad Sherman's staff was here. They were here because we made sure they're here. They're going to work to get a name adopted, okay?
Right, well, I'm all for it happening in the right process, but we are not in the right process.
But what I'm trying to explain to you is nothing that's proposed in this recommendation oversteps what Brad Sherman's going to do, I think, or what VA's agreement is. So
Unless
hear
they
me out.
on something that's not Pacific Branch.
Hear me out. I gave you plenty of your time. I expect the same courtesy. So we learned today from Metro, this was news to all of us, I think, that pursuant to the easement agreement, VA and Metro have to reach agreement on the name. I think for many of us, we were concerned Metro had a unilateral right. That was my worry coming in. Now knowing that Metro and VA have to reach agreement on the name, I think the committee wants the secretary to know that our view is it ought to be Pacific Branch / VA Hospital. That's it. We're not proposing to abrogate or take over Brad Sherman's role as our new congressman. And we're not proposing to preempt the secretary's decision. But VA has input pursuant to the term of the easement with Metro on the name of the station. That's it.
Okay. So, I'm not even sure we can split this thing, but, here's some thoughts. There really is a pretty long history to this idea of naming. Started really years ago, and the sentiment at that time was that you want people to understand and embrace what this place is all about. You want people to understand and embrace what the place is all about. You just don't go around calling it the campus the whole time. And so there was a preliminary, in my recollection, and to help me out here, somebody, search for a name, both some of our folks here, pulsing veterans, as well as I think GLA did some work in this area as well. And it was very hard to come to a consensus among the group. And then I will dump this in Anthony's lap, went back and did the research, and Rob Baglin followed up on that and came up with a solution that to me makes a lot of sense. What the hell was it called before? Pacific Branch, da 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 da. And that was what, frankly, the Congress called it when this place was established. So Pacific Branch to me makes sense. Does all of those things that I think we all wanted to do. That is, make this soldier's home, give it a name. That name being Pacific Branch. We know that it's going to take some. If you think that's where to go, if it does things for veterans, and I think it does. I mean, what's your address? Oh, I live at the campus. Well, no, I live at the Pacific Branch. All of those sorts of things that you can hold on to. Then trying to get there from here, we know it has to go through the secretary. So VA has to embrace it, and it has to be embraced by the Congress. We think. Now, it's not out of the question that the OGC guidance notwithstanding, the secretary gets the recommendation, says, call it Pacific Branch. And he says, well, I think that's a damn good idea. I'll call it Pacific Branch. And OGC says, well, no, Secretary, it's not a geographic description. It's not a geographic location. He says, well, I disagree. Pacific Branch sounds pretty geographic to me. And does it himself. Or he says, well, okay, that makes sense. I'll just go to the Congress. We'll get this done. So, but refighting this over and over again is just, it saps the energy a little bit. So I think we've got a make sense recommendation here that can go forward to the secretary. I think it's reinforced by the fact that we have talked about it before. And that's one of the strengths of this board is not being afraid to put forth a recommendation. Getting it non-concurred or getting the dreaded deadly concur in principle, and then initiating a reattack. And so I think this makes sense. That's my 2 cents worth. Any other comment? Sorry, Mr. Lugano.
I suppose this could have already been done, but I did want to ask Kristen, if there were an agency in the federal government that recognized currently the name of this place as the Pacific Branch, would that be help, or would that be the end of the story? Because it is in fact recognized by the federal government now as the Pacific Branch. So for example, the National Park Service, which, as you know, is part of the Department of Interior, the name of the site is the Pacific Branch. So isn't it just a question of calling it what a portion of the federal government still recognizes it as?
I think it kind of depends. I haven't read the actual National Register listing in a few years, but I think that kind of depending on the way it's framed, that's probably referred to more as a historical name and part of the history of the campus. I don't necessarily think that that would be dispositive on authorities that are specific to the VA and the way that the secretary is authorized to deal with the property of the VA. It certainly could kind of help with the body and like the preponderance of the evidence when we go to Congress and request that we use that.
So if I might, I'm just reading directly from the United States National Park Service, again, part of the Department of Interior, Secretary of the federal government. If you look up Pacific Branch, what it says is the Pacific Branch, parenthesis, now the Greater Los Angeles Healthcare System, LA Healthcare Center, opened in 1888, et cetera, et cetera. So it maintains the name of this campus as the Pacific Branch. So it is already named that by an organ of the federal government. So it seems to me that the resolution now before us is simply reifying something that the federal government that you work for, I believe, already recognizes. So wouldn't that be positive in your terminology?
I don't necessarily think that the document that was prepared by the National Park Service or whomever submitted that application to the National Park Service would basically be dispositive on the secretary's use of his own authorities with regards to property of the.
Oh, I mean, it does give the specific address, Pacific Branch. If you look up Pacific Branch, the address is 11,301 Wilshire Boulevard. I think that's where we're at.
But we don't know this, who prepared that actual document. It's my understanding.
Well, somebody in the
that-
federal government, it's the National Park Service, it's from their official site.
Yes, I understand that, but most applications for listing on the National Register are not actually prepared by the federal government. They're prepared by third parties who have submitted to the federal government, and then the federal government either approves or denies them.
It's a dangerous proposition, what you just stated in that. So when I go on here and I read something from HUD, it might not actually represent what HUD is, was, is, will be. It's prepared by somebody else. This is from the, I mean, I don't want to be argumentative about it, but it seems to me that it supports the notion that this is geography. And it bears that name and it's borne that name for a long, long time. And actually the name that it's now called by, that's the adoptive name as opposed to the real name of this entity. So it seems to me that's all supportive of the resolution as it's proposed. I've got a board member on the line. Ms. Marshall, you're unmuted for your comments.
Thank you, General. This is Jennifer Marshall speaking. My audio is adequate?
Yes, it is. Please
Okay.
go ahead.
I am under the weather, hence I'm not attending in person. Please forgive me. Members are not identifying themselves prior to speaking. That makes it very difficult for those of us who are attending virtually to determine who's making what point. I did want to say that the name of the metro station is important because it sets the tone for this parcel of land and where and how it originated. There is a historical precedent for the name. We've seen this in writing, so it's still unclear that we would need to go to Congress to make this happen. We asked for the research. Anthony did it. So with so many different entities giving input, in my humble opinion, we're not going to be able to reach a consensus without a long and arduous back and forth. Going back to the roots, sticking to the name of Pacific Branch, it seems to be the best way to go forward, both from a simplicity and timeliness perspective. There are other things as a board that desperately need our attention, and we are spending a lot of time on this when there is a historical precedent. So I did just want to redirect it back to that historical precedent. We did ask for that research. It has been done, and to please just ask members to identify themselves because we cannot see it on the screen. Thank you for your time, General.
You're welcome, Ms. Marshall. Thanks for your comments. Jim Zenner, please.
Jim Zenner for the record. I think what we heard from the veterans during public comment, which is the information that I have to go off of, are pretty clear. They want the Pacific Branch name. I think we spent a lot of time on this, and I'd like to see us move for a vote soon.
Okay. Anthony, Mr. Allman.
I just want Anthony Allman for the record. I just want to be clear that I do think that there is VA has a role, and I do think Congress has a role. But what this says is that the secretary will tell Metro that Pacific Branch VA Hospital's VCOEB's preferred name. It's our opinion. That's what we are relaying. It's not telling him to call the station or the station or the property Pacific Branch VA Hospital. We learned that he doesn't have the authority to do that. All this is saying is that this body's preferred name is Pacific Branch VA Hospital. Relaying an opinion of this body. That's all that this is. Well, I agree with Phil. I think that's a conversation for a different time.
Dr. Van Berger, then Mr. Van Dunn.
You've convinced me. I don't think this is the most efficient way to use it, but these are the tools we got. We only have recommendations. I get it. Thank you for the explanation. Ready to vote if others are.
This is Sean Van Diver. Same actually. I'm supportive of making a recommendation to the Secretary of the VA that we notify Metro that that Pacific Branch is our preferred name, and then that way, even if Thurman's office, even if the Congress notable for their ability to get things done doesn't make this happen quickly, it's still out there, and there's still some piece of it that helps.
Mr. Purley.
Jim Curley, I would like to recommend that we attach the information on that Philip brought up about the name to the recommendation, because that would give the secretary some background. We're not just coming out of the blue with the name, and as part of the submission.
I thought we had done that before, but we can certainly do it again.
That's correct, gentlemen.
I'm sorry, Mr. Montgomery.
Philip Mangano for the record. I just want to say, I would not forward this as an opinion. I would have forwarded this as a fact. This is Pacific Branch, now operating as such and such. So I think elevating it beyond simply an opinion and making that available to the secretary would strengthen the response to this resolution.
Sir, I'm happy to attach, I'm happy to attach the National Park Service history again, but your recollection is correct. When we sent up the naming recommendation a year ago, we included that in NPS history. We can certainly do it again.
Any more, Jim, do you still have a comment? Jim Purley? Okay. Not hearing any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Okay, it passes unanimously. I'm sorry, no abstentions, right? I didn't hear any. Okay. It proves an age-old adage. I heard them out.
Sure.
Did we did not vote on the services recommendation? Okay. Okay, thank you.
Careful about the profanity.
Yeah, I think Anthony Allman, for the record, I thank Rob Eglin for this opportunity. I hope everyone listening online is over the age of 18. So I guess I should start off by there is some profanity, but it's a statement of fact, and I think it's important. VCOEB recommendation 19-03 or 19-3, whereas the Los Angeles County Metropolitan Transit Authority, Metro, has begun construction of a transit facility at the West Los Angeles VA campus, the Veterans Campus Station, pursuant to easements obtained from the federal government. Whereas Metro is responsible for the artist selection and vetting concepts for the proposed artwork in the Veterans Campus Station. Whereas Metro has selected Sandal Burke as the artist to create a very large mural at the Veterans Campus Station, measuring 140 feet long and 11 feet high. There's a reference to Mr. Burke's website. Whereas some of Sandal Burke's past artwork could be perceived by veterans as demeaning of military service, specifically Burke's 2007 Depravities of War collection. Again, there's a reference to the artist's website. Since the veteran community's initial discovery of the collection, Mr. Burke has removed or edited parts of the Depravities of War collection, including a veteran portrayed as an absent father while his son articulates dolls in a pornographic position, a collection of pornographic material for troops overseas, a homeless veteran telling his canine companion to F off, titled Homeless Veteran Assistance Program, and a portrait of a suicide bomber titled Hero 2, title since removed, in contrast to a painting of a service member titled Hero, and that's attached as an exhibit. Whereas the Los Angeles Times on January 3rd, 2023, covered Metro's selection of Sandal Burke for the Veterans Campus as controversial with the veteran community for reasons explained above. This should be edited January 18th, not 3rd. That's a fact check or correct that. Whereas Metro has claimed that there were 2 opportunities for veteran input and public comment with the artist Sandal Burke for his planned mural. The first of these, an urban sketch session on October 15th, 2022, was apparently limited to 12 participants. There's a reference to the Metro art calendar. The second of these was a Zoom event limited to 50 attendees hosted by the Brentwood Arts Center on December 8th, 2022. And there's a link to Metro's advertisement for the event, as well as the YouTube event, or a recording of the event on YouTube. Whereas, setting aside Sandal Burke's past artwork, of the 4 art concepts proposed for the Veterans Campus Station, 3 of them lack any substantial significance to the veterans community. There's examples provided in the link as an exhibit. Now, therefore, let it be recommended, recommendation 19-3, the Secretary of Veteran Affairs send a written communication to Metro encouraging the agency to be more inclusive of veteran community input for artworks to be featured in the Veterans Campus Station. I guess we'll wait for a motion to discuss.
I have a motion. Jim Zimmer.
Jim Center, I motion to vote. Second?
No. Motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
A motion to vote, but it was not discussion.
Yeah, motion to vote.
That's a.
Discussion.
I just want to clarify. Anthony Allman for the record. I just want to clarify, Jim's motion was to vote, not discuss. Is-
So what do I need a motion?
To approve.
Okay.
Jim Zenner, motion to approve.
I think we have Ms. Bravo's
Yeah.
second on the record already. Discussion. Mr. Van Diver, your 10th is up.
Sean Van Diver for the record. I'm supportive of the motion, but I don't think we should be, the description of the art in there sounds like it's a commentary on the realities of war that we've all experienced, and the struggles that veterans face and struggles that families at home face, and that sort of duality of, one man's freedom fighter, another man's terrorist. I think it's less important that his art is award-winning and his art is controversial, and it's probably more important that there was not veterans input on this and that the artist isn't a veteran, as far as I can tell through a Google search. So I'm supportive of this with the caveat that it's a little ridiculous for us to I wouldn't be supportive of something that is art that is dishonest, disingenuous about the experience that so many of our folks face here. Because I think that stuff might speak to that.
Mr. Zinner. Ms. Bravo, sorry.
I mean, Bravo for the record. So I agree with the sentiments. I do agree with this, but at the same time, I kind of want to see what type of leverage this committee can hold, considering the veterans that walked in here yesterday feel like they didn't have a say in the selection process, and they are very adamantly against this artist specifically because of the previous artwork. I'm not sure. I know you guys are reading it on the paper. I'm not sure if you actually looked at it. Like even I know it's not referenced on here, but the Palace of Saddam, that one is the one that really gets to me. The hypersexualization of women, the feeling that, like, if you see it like a black woman laying down without her gear, without her Kevlar, looking like she's taking a nap in a tank top showing a lot of her body. It just, knowing that the veterans on campus recognize his previous art and don't want this person to be representative, then I would like to potentially ask Metro to select someone else, perhaps maybe even a veteran who knows what it's like to sign on the line, who knows what it's like to serve downrange, who knows what it's like to lose somebody to their own battle when they come home. So that's just what I'm asking. If there's a possibility that we can encourage Metro to not stand here and say there's nothing we can do about it, too bad he's contracted, but to really take into consideration that veterans don't want this artist to be representing the location here on the campus. I mean, we're focused on the name, but really, as much as we're talking about the name being important, so is the visual representation of what we want to see.
Jim Zinner.
Yeah, Jim Zenner. I think Metro really kind of missed it when with the engagement process. I agree with Sean. That's really the most important thing, is not creating stuff for veterans without veterans, especially with the history of the campus. Yeah, it was a mishap, and I think part of the reason why this happened is because they didn't have a veteran bench of artists already working with them, and then working with veterans to go to for projects on the land. I like this motion. I think it should move forward, and I really hope we continue to advocate to Metro to get veterans involved, especially considering we're going to have 1,200 houses on the campus. And it's very well documented how art helps veterans heal.
Mr. Allman. Come on, go.
Anthony Allman for the record. So the The county, Los Angeles County Veterans Advisory Commission has explored this over the course of 2 meetings. According to Metro, he is a veteran family member. His sister served in the Coast Guard. So that is information that was relayed to us. You know, I thought everyone should be aware of that. So the reason why I think that that clause is, the reason why I wrote it in there, the way that it is written, is because a lot of veterans here locally have expressed concern regarding those images. And the images that I think were most offensive disappeared. But we had already had screenshots. And so I think it's important just for the secretary, even though he doesn't maybe read all of this, that we have provided a record that this happened. And I think it speaks to the public's demands that this be understood. I think what we heard from public comment yesterday is that federal VA has not really been outspoken on this particular issue. And I think that this gives some voice to that. And again, ultimately, the recommendation is just asking the Secretary of Veteran Affairs to tell Metro that they need to be more inclusive of veteran input, which I think is something that we all agree to. I think, Ms. Bravo, you pointed that out earlier during your conversation with Metro. I mean, I think this is a no-brainer. Now, if you want to strike the 1, 2, 3, 4, the fourth recommendation, I mean, we can, but I put it in there because I've been getting a ton of emails from veterans here locally that want this to be known. And that's part of the veteran community input. That's why I think it's relevant. But it stands alone. I mean, we could strike this whole thing and the recommendation still stands.
John Hopper, Anthony, just for clarification, because it was a question that I had, where it says here that he removed some of his artwork.
Yeah.
What does that mean exactly? Is it what you just said, that he just pulled it from the display, took it off his website?
These images in the exhibit
Yeah.
are no longer on his website. If you look at the picture of the suicide bomber, the title, Hero 2, is no longer on the website. It's just blank.
Oh, the art is there, but there's no title?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And all that is to say, you know, I can understand why a lot of veterans are upset. And I'm hearing a lot of veterans say that. I have a very liberal view of art. Very extremely liberal view of art. And I think Sandow, you know, he, as a technician, his public works are very good. Very good. And, you know, the way that I've explained it is that in this particular scenario, Sandow is a genie and Metro has rubbed his lamp. But Metro is not giving him good instruction. And the reason why I know that is because if you watch the Brentwood Arts Center event, he keeps referring to this place as Westwood. Why does he refer to it as Westwood? Because the station is named Westwood VA Hospital Station. And the emphasis on the naming is to reorientate the art in this station to something that is veteran focused and inclusive of veteran input. So I understand that people have a problem with Sandow's past work. I think there's an opportunity to work with Mr. Burke to develop something that we can all look at and say, wow, that's amazing. And I think it's an opportunity to bridge the military and civilian divide. I think it's worth having a conversation with Metro, but Metro needs to hear from the Secretary of Veteran Affairs that we are not kidding. They need to be more inclusive of veteran input. And that's what this recommendation does.
Okay, make sure I've got the order right. I know, Ms. Marshall, we will get to you. Mr. Mangano is next up.
Philip Mangano. I just think the recommendation builds the case. It builds a case. And I think the recommendation, though, is tepid in terms of the case that's built. So you're building a case with specific examples of Mr. Burke's work. You then go in your final whereas, talking about 3 of the 4 art concepts proposed lack any substantial significance. It's a pretty strong case. And then the recommendation is tepid in saying that the secretary should just contact Metro, saying that they need to have more support. So it seems to me that the case that's built would warrant the idea of the secretary sending a communication to Metro, not only encouraging the agency to be more inclusive of the veteran community, but also to reevaluate the selection. That's the case you're building, is to reevaluate, not simply for the secretary to be in touch with Metro.
I'll just say this is a subcommittee recommendation. There's been a couple different hands on this specifically, but my personal opinion, for the secretary to get involved in a contractual problem with a joint power authority here locally, that's rough. That's a hard one. I think we're better off in just saying, hey, you need to get veteran input. And if the veteran input is saying, hey, we should really reconsider this selection, that's just my opinion, but again.
I think what you could say is that given the veteran input, there should be a reevaluation. And then you can reevaluate and evaluate that he should do it, but he should do it in some other way. But it seems to me the case you're building is devoid in the recommendation that's made. You're not following up on all the whereases. And it seems to me if we're conceding the point that veterans are not happy with this, it would seem to me then you could ask the secretary to reevaluate based on lack of involvement of veterans and veterans now voicing their concern about this particular artist. It seems that would be legitimate. I also love art. I also have a great heart for art. I've also studied art and know all of the nuances and all of that. But it seems to me in this case, we're standing up for the veteran. We're standing in place of the veteran speaking to the secretary. And what we heard, and what we've heard even from Ms. Bravo right here, is there needs to be a reevaluation of this, not simply the secretary making a call to Metro to talk about more veteran involvement.
Are you asking my opinion, or are you asking my opinion on that specifically?
Okay.
My personal preference is that we don't recompete stand-up. I think we need to work with people who may have been in the past not so kind to veterans. And I think we need to extend an arm and bridge the military-civilian divide and have a conversation. And I think that this is an opportunity to do that, but I realize that I may be in the minority, but you asked my opinion, and that is my opinion.
Again, I would say, I think what this COEB about is, in some regards, standing for the veteran, where we're trying to be the voice, we're trying to reflect the voice of veteran, the consumer, to the secretary. And the voice that we heard yesterday, the voice that we've heard around this table, is stronger than the recommendation that's being made here. It's not censoring, it's not canceling, it's being reflective of the voice that we're hearing, and we're doing our obligation and our job and reflecting that to the secretary. Metro might feel, as was said today, it's a contract. There's no way we could possibly get out of a contract, which is completely untrue. Not true. Our government's got our contracts every day.
If it really wanted to, it could.
Of course. So it's not that this is in stone yet. And so the idea of reflecting what we've heard, being responsible to the veteran, which is our job, is to reevaluate. I think they might be calling even for something stronger, but we could at least go beyond the tepidness of this recommendation.
I hear what you're saying, and I've heard the public. And we had this very same conversation yesterday at the county commission meeting. And there was an amendment to do the same. And I respect that commissioner's objections to Sandow Burke. But again, if you're asking my opinion, I would not do that. Now, we may have other veterans here who want to do that. But that is not my preference. So I'm happy to hand the mic around the table and we can talk about that, but.
Okay, I think, Dr. Wellish.
Mark Wellish for the record. I'm in favor of the recommendation completely as it's written. And to put this in context historically, Metro has a station at Hollywood and Vine. It's decorated by it's called the LA Four for Latin American artists, all of whom have had political statements in art published and popular in our city. And yet those guys decorated that station, and it's an amazing piece of art for LA. And I think canceling this artist by prior works is inconsistent with Metro and is also inconsistent with what our position ought to be personally. Ms. Marshall.
Yes, this is Jennifer Marshall for the record. I do feel like this recommendation is the very least that we can do. I believe it was Mr. Mangano who made the point that the contract and the process needs to be reevaluated. I could not agree with that more. It is unfortunate that this artist is already under contract with Metro, but at this point, I don't know what leverage we have as a board. In the very least, we can hopefully stop something like this from happening in the future. I think the question we need to look at is, why are veterans not being given the same consideration that other groups are given? We talk about this ad nauseum, nothing seems to change, and Metro's explanation on this issue was pure lip service. Through this recommendation, we're putting our viewpoint in writing, we're voicing our dissatisfaction with the artist selection process, and hopefully changing things for the better in the future. Back to Anthony's point, Burke seemed to know that this artwork was inflammatory. It seems that he even knew he may not have been the best choice for this project, given his views about the military, its service members, and our country's veterans. I strongly disagree with Anthony about the artist's suitability for this project, and I do think this project should be resolicited if at all possible. It adds insult to injury for any veteran who's aware of this artist's past work, and just because there's an existing contract does not mean that this is 100% solidified. It's paper. The artwork isn't completed at this point. Let's fix it before it gets to that point, if we can. I'm in strong favor of this recommendation. Thank you.
Mr. Boylan.
So just a few things. I think we just, as a board, need to be very careful. I know often I've heard reminding myself in my daily life that the department, we can't be all things to all veterans, and neither can this board. I think there's a role for the board in here. I think there's a message to be sent. I'm still hung up, as you said, as I said earlier. I mean, I went to film school, so I can represent. Believe me, behind the bureaucracy, there is some artistic integrity as well. But I'm still hung up on the fact that they didn't even put this to go biz and go on bid safe, considering their reciprocity partner with the state DVD program. First and foremost, the contracts that they put in place, if they're below $250,000, they have the DVD exemption. They could be 5% over the next bid. They don't even have to get another bid if there's a DVD artist. But we wouldn't know because the thousands of DVDs that are registered with the state weren't even aware that these contracts were put out to bid. That's my biggest concern right out the gate. Second, the contract process, I guarantee you, the county has something in that contract It would address this issue and allow them to back out of it, guaranteed, without a doubt. I mean, to your point, I would suggest that the locals, veterans, folks, get together, advocate, go to the county, contracting process, make a stink. That's how that would happen. Don't necessarily think the board has any role in that. I think the resolution speaks to that. I think it's great to inform the secretary about what's going on out here. And then in terms of the request of this board to the Metro, and just in general, and the secretary's taking our request to the Metro if there's one to be made. Throughout this process, I oversee the memorials and monuments in the state. And they're one of the most emotive things that I have to deal with around some really emotive veteran issues, more than housing, more than mental health. You know, on cemeteries, or you talk about memorials and monuments, it's intense very quickly. These kind of things in the past, I would just throw out there, I mentioned earlier that perhaps this organization, this board needs to think about the future of the property there, and perhaps some kind of subcommittee that deals specifically with memorials and monuments and these kind of concerns, but that's another thing. But ones that have been done successfully in the past, what it is you bring the veterans in the early stages when the scope of work is being put together. That's when the contracting process, no matter what veterans want, I mean, there's laws and regulations that govern that process, so they can only get so involved at that level. But prior to that, they have a lot of input when you're talking about the scope of work and all those sorts of things. And then you can also make it that artist, whoever's chosen, should also be required to then put together a variety of concepts. And then that's an opportunity for veteran engagement. They can vote, they can come to consensus on which they would like. And that's the most successful way that we found to get, whether it's in Capitol Park in Sacramento, whether it's within one of the state cemeteries, wherever it's at throughout the state. That's how you try to get consensus around those sorts of things. And I think it's important that the board does reach out to the secretary. And I think this goes far enough. I think any further potentially would be not out of our lane, but I think trying to do more than perhaps our role. I think the veteran community down here, there's avenues for them to go much, much further, and it's more appropriate for them to go much, much further than this board can. So I'd be more than happy to meet that. That strategy might apply.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Beglin, Mr. Tucker online, Jim Purley, Jim Zimmer.
Rob Beglin for the record. So I think we know that the secretary does not have approval rights over art in a metro station. Otherwise, we would have heard this. So Metro was very forthcoming with us that under the easement, the secretary does have input on naming. But I don't think he has any ability to cancel an artist. And I think if we were to recommend to the secretary that he make a recommendation that this artist be canceled or the contract be canceled, we'd be doing a disservice to him. We'd be setting up a battle between two very different interests, and I don't think either of them would come out well. I think the better thing to do here is acknowledge that Metro's under a tremendous amount of pressure, and out of pressure can come a diamond. It's as simple as that. There's now so much scrutiny around this. I'm convinced it's going to be done in exceptional fashion. I have one final thought for this group. That the best piece of military art that I ever experienced was with my dad, who was a Vietnam veteran. We drove up to Washington from coastal Virginia, and we saw the Vietnam Veterans Memorial. And I can remember I was a teenager at the time, that there was controversy about the fact that the artist was a woman of Asian descent, and that because of that, she should not be chosen to do the Vietnam Veterans Memorial. It's just, if any of you have seen anything better than the Vietnam Veterans Memorial, you have to come to me afterwards and tell me that I have to go see that. I think it's one of the most moving pieces of military art I've ever experienced. But that choice was controversial in its day. So I just want us to be very cognizant of the fact that we've got to be really careful canceling artists.
I forgot who I said was next, but I'm going to preempt them to make a comment. Yeah, Dennis, Mr. Tucker, just hang on for a second. I've been listening to your arguments and discussions, and I'm a very decisive person, so I feel strongly both ways about this. In the final analysis, though, I come down on the side of Mr. Mangano. And the reason is this, I asked the question of Anthony about when the artist removed or what he removed from his collection. And then I tried to justify to myself whether removing it from his collection or his display collection, in fact, represented the artist's sentiments, the artist's understanding of what his art was all about, what things moved him. And my answer to myself was that I still don't know. And I'm bothered somewhat that the artist doesn't stand by his work. If that was his art, his work, I would expect him or her to stand by it. With regard to the Vietnam Wall, my memory of those that did not care for that was the design of the memorial. I was not aware that the artist was Asian, and I may have just missed that. So but if my understanding is correct, or at least partially correct, I don't put that in the same category as Mr. Burke. And again, his removal of the art, his dropping of the title of Heroes 2, as far as I know, and please help me if I don't know or don't understand, was not accompanied by any discussion from the artist. He did not apply a timeline. I was young. I drew stupid stuff. I just pulled it out. So his art, as far as I'm concerned, remains his art and is representative of what he feels, what motivates him, and how he sees veterans. So I think, in fact, that we do owe it to the secretary to put in there. And again, I think I'm reflecting what, if we go out and poll veterans again, what they would say about using Sandow Burke to decorate the Pacific Branch Station. So I would be comfortable with offering the secretary the chance to say, this artist is not suitable, recommend that you recompete and find a more suitable veteran-centric artist. By the way, check with veterans. They may be able to help you figure out who's the best representative of that. As I said, I feel strongly both ways, so I can vote for it as written, but my preference is an adjustment along the lines of what Mr. Mangano said. And I need to go to Mr. Tucker, I promise.
Okay, I wasn't sure if you had asked me a question because I wanted to.
No, I just like pointing my finger at him. Dennis Tucker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. More so of a question, Dennis Tucker for the record, to my colleagues there on the board. Can you tell me what does veteran input looks like? I've heard throughout the last 30, 40 minutes and earlier in the briefing, and also at the Veteran Advisory Commission briefing, that veteran input was not solicited. 4 years ago in 2019, we distributed this information to MVA. MVA is in charge of about 330,000 veterans in LA County, because I sat on the commission and it was my job to do that. We briefed the commission, we briefed the LAVC, and all the thought leaders in LA County, knowing that I'm a veteran that lives here and know most of the key players. Most of you that are sitting here and live in LA as well, know those folks that I'm speaking of. So if you can explain to me moving forward, because I know what we've learned here at Metro, the colleagues that work in the art department understands the fact that, be fully transparent, right? We've talked about that. We've discussed that. Just from my point of view and my clarity, what does veteran input looks like? Because I know Anthony, Jim Zenner, Amy, those are my thought leaders here in LA County. And if I distribute some information through MVA, those 300 or 80,000 veteran emails, I'm hoping that that information can get distributed. If we invite folks at LAVC, if we had 3 meetings for sure at the Purple Line Extension on the West LAVA, when this came out in 2019, and only a handful of people showed up, because I was personally there at all 3, can you explain to me what veteran input looks like? Just want to get it better for the next go around as we move forward with this Purple Line extension.
Thanks, Mr. Tucker. I'm going to ask Mr. Allman if he has a comment to your question.
I do, Dennis, Anthony Allman for the record. I mean, I think one of the things that would have been very helpful throughout this process is before Metro actually gave the go-ahead to create concepts, that they would have provided these artists with perhaps a list of public comments of what veterans wanted to see here in the first place. For starters.
That's pretty hard, Tony, when we had 3 on the West LA VA campus. And most of those were attended by the Brentwood community, not veterans. The
Because
Brentwood
veterans didn't know about it.
Okay.
What specifically are you referring to, the 3 meetings? Can you repeat that?
Well, I know we had the Purple Line extension before we sort of build out any train or bus stop or any transportation venue, whatever community that system runs through, they do what's called a meet and greet. We sort of, brief the community, hey, we're going to be ripping the streets up, but here's what we're going to do to support your efforts, small businesses, things of that nature. So we had, I know for a fact, 3 on the West LA campus.
You had 3 meetings for the Veterans Legacy Art Project. Correct.
For the Purple Line extension.
For the Purple Line, for the interior station, you're saying that there were 3 public meetings for
That
the
is what
artist selection here?
That is what the art folks are telling me. Yes, I know. I attended 2 of those meetings because I was asked by the art folks to help distribute some of that information out and come provide support. I just want to know moving forward what this veteran input looks like, right? Because what we do know is we're voting on something, and moving forward, if I can be a bridge to not only this board, but to the colleagues that I work alongside to bring as a veteran first, something that's substantial, something that is reflective, but something that is also diverse and inclusive, I am willing to do that. I just want to know, given the platforms that help distribute information in LA County, where should, maybe I'm missing something, and I pretty much have a pulse with all the veteran agencies and the go-to people in LA County that is attributed and have a focus and a pulse for veterans. And maybe I missed something. So
yeah,
if
well,
you can help me, I promise I would like to make sure I bring some credibility to the West LA VA and make sure that it's veteran focused.
As we heard Metro say multiple times, Metro reached out to the U.S. Department of Veteran Affairs, the County Department of Military Veteran Affairs, and Metro's own veterans program. None of those are community groups. Those are government agencies. If Metro would have told me, hey, I went to Veterans in Media and Entertainment, and we held 3 or 4 public scoping meetings prior to giving the go-ahead on conceptual artwork, I would have said, good job. But that's not what happened. And I think moving forward, there's still an opportunity to do that, because what we heard from Metro is that these art projects are still in the conceptual phase. I disagreed with one of those. I don't think that that's necessarily the case. I think one of them is pretty much done, and 3 of them are still in a conceptual phase. But will Metro go back to the drawing board, wipe the slate clean, and ask veterans what they want to see here? I think time will tell. But I don't think it's one of those things where you just say, well, we had 3 meetings in 2019 for a station that's going to come online in 2027. I think that seems kind of very low bar in terms of engagement.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Allman. And I forgot where I am. I think I'm with Jim Purley and Jim Bennett.
Jim Purley for the record. Thank you, General Hopper. I'm with Philip and General Hopper, and I believe Jennifer
I would like to,
Jim Zinner.
Jim Zenner. Yeah, I think the issue is really not engaging groups of veteran artists. That's the issue. We don't have 330,000 emails in MVA, I can tell you that for sure. We don't cover all veterans, and most people that sign up for us, I don't know how many of them are artists. I think, Dennis, a better way of going about it in the future is Metro reaching out to maybe Otis School of Art, some of the other art schools around LA County, and developing some kind of formal relationship with them. And that way, when there's projects related to art in the future, you guys have a depth of veterans that you can reach out to work with. And I also heard Keith Boylan talking about, I think it was DVBE, those designated veteran-owned businesses not knowing about the solicitation. That could be done better, I think, as well, just to kind of give some feedback. But I'm happy to work with you directly on that, or Marlon, or anybody from Metro, because we can definitely do better.
Thank you, Jim. Mr. Montgomery.
so because we're family here, I just want to say the idea of indicating that we're trying to cancel someone, which came from several people on this side of the table, to me, that's incredibly offensive that we're trying to cancel this artist. What we're trying to do is cancel a process that was inappropriate and non-inclusive. That's what we're trying to cancel, not an artist. So please spare us the politicization of this issue. That's offensive.
Because we're family, can I respond?
Yes.
Anthony Allen for the record. Now, that's a great point. I love that discussion topic, because if you want to cancel all 5 artists, I'm with you. If you want to go down that road, let's do it.
I don't quite see how that follows.
Because the process is the same.
Right, which is precisely what the case is. It's built in that recommendation and then completely not followed through in the resolution. That's the problem.
Okay, that's your opinion. I expressed
The
my opinion.
process is flawed.
Okay.
I think we would all agree, I think we could all agree on that the process was flawed. It's the process that needs to be canceled. No one, at least I am not indicating, I don't think that the other people who are supporting the idea of simply adding to the recommendation to the secretary that given veteran objections, maybe this process should be reevaluated.
And let's do that if a majority of this body says to do that.
Yes, I would agree. I'm just making the case that accusing people of wanting to cancel an artist and then using examples of war memorials as artists, to me, that's offensive.
Let's give everyone a round.
Okay, Ms. Marshall, I apologize.
Thank you very much. I wanted to touch on Dennis's question. Jennifer Marshall for the record. I do know that I'm biased and I tend to, since this is my particular career field, I would know more about this than other people. So I offer this humbly. There are so many resources to find veteran artists. They're just not being utilized. I'm regularly asked by people on county boards, federal boards, how do we reach more veterans? In 2019, I was very involved in the veteran community in Los Angeles. I was very involved with the land and the process and what's going on. And it was a blip on my radar. So the fact that the average veteran who may be in the arts was not aware of this that's clear to me. In 2019, I just want to give like a quick list of the numerous resources available that I don't believe most of these were reached out to. You have Veterans in Media and Entertainment. You have Veteran Artist Program, Society of Artistic Veterans, Military Veterans and Creative Careers, at the time, Arts in the Armed Forces. You have DAV chapters, you have Legion chapters, you have various art schools, as Mr. Zenner said, and you also have veteran influencers with huge followings. So to say that it was sent out to a listserv or People were informed of a meeting. Just because you're doing something doesn't mean that it's having the impact that you think it is. So I'm definitely available if somebody wants to say, how can we reach more veterans in this specific industry? I'm happy to help, but we really do need to reach out and really tap into those resources rather than just offering kind of a baseline. Well, we sent this out and we really didn't get that much input. It's because it didn't reach the people it needed to reach.
Thank you, Jennifer. Rob Beglin and then Keith and Mr. Ullman.
Be super brief. Rob Beckman for the record. I think we're all suffering some fatigue. It's a hard issue. But Phil, I do use the term cancel culture precisely. And the reason is two predicate facts, which I want to make express here. First predicate fact is the work that Sandow Burke did that's offensive to veterans is not publicly commissioned artwork. Pravities of War series is private art. I think that makes a gigantic difference. If this guy was a public muralist who had done all this stuff that was defamatory of the military, we'd be in a whole different world. The second predicate fact is Sandow was selected from a panel of artists to serve as one of 4 artists for 4 stations. I'm sorry, 20 artists for 4 stations. It's just by a crazy improbability of numbers, as Anthony pointed out at the beginning, that the guy who's got the most controversial views ended up getting the VA station as opposed to 3 other stations. Metro, I think, was able to judge his artistic merit. In other words, his white and blue Portuguese or Italian tile artwork, I think they believe is world class. So it is this crazy outcome where, he ended up here. So I don't use the term cancel culture lightly. I think it's exactly right here. But look, I do want to try to bridge what I think is a divide in the panel because I'm a little worried we don't have a consensus either way. I would accept that the current draft isn't needed. And so one thing we should think about is, short of telling the secretary that we think it ought to be recompeted, is there anything we're willing to say or reach agreement on? Like all the artwork ought to be veteran oriented or more than ought to be. Because I am a little concerned that we're almost evenly divided. That's all I got.
So what the wording I've suggested is not definitive. It's to reevaluate. That the secretary is urging Metro to reevaluate. He's not saying take it away, do it again, just to reevaluate the process, given what veterans have said to us. I will say this, that earlier today, we talked about the fact that where the station is was veterans land. Everybody agrees on that. It was veterans land. So in some ways, it's the front room of this veterans land. And it would seem to me that anyone whose land it is, they get to determine what the decor is. Nobody's going to come into your house and just not tell you how to make the decor. So you have 10 people that they can't even name when I ask, who are the 10? Well, we'll send that to you. I don't have it yet. I'll eventually get it from Anthony. So 10 people are telling veterans how to do the decor in land that's theirs. There's something wrong with that. And that's why it needs to be at least reevaluated.
I'll be brief. Just in support of Mr. Tucker, I mean, I'm more than happy to lend any assistance I can in that process. There are a variety of different strategies how to get communities involved in that kind of decision making prior to contract award. Again, I'll circle back to the combinations of the contract process. But I think there's something, and again, I don't know if it's necessarily something that we need to put in front of the secretary, but it's something that we probably should be very open about saying. Two things are equally true. I mean, many of the folks in here served and went to war, or in theory for the right for this gentleman to paint whatever he wants to paint. But equally true is how inappropriate it is for him to be the artist on this particular project. So whatever we want to call that, I wouldn't say cancel culture, I wouldn't say anything, but whatever it is, he has the right to paint what he wants, and he's also the wrong person for the job. That's clear. Is that something that we feel strong enough about? I mean, I agree with you, General Hopper, in terms of, I think it's important to me, we all have our own scale and judgment in terms of where we feel someone is repentant for whatever they may have done or views they may have had, or acknowledge that. We all have different scales for that, but I'm with you on that. I think that's very important to me, and I don't think that's there, and that compounds the fact that how inappropriate this person is for this job. But short of, when you say cancel, I personally, if this thing said, go back to the whole entire contracting process for the whole deal, and I think that would help Mr. Tucker and others out, because then you can get into a true outreach, true competitiveness, I mean, like a contest of sorts. So I was telling Rob that in San Francisco, between the War Memorial Building and the Opera House, there was a water feature that was going to go in there, All Veterans Memorial. They said, this is the amount of money that's available. Come one, come all. Folks came. They all put their best foot forward of what they thought that should look like. That was whittled down, whittled down, whittled down. There was a time period where a final four were picked. And then veterans in the community had, I think it was a month, to vote. And when all was said and done, it wasn't the one I voted for, but that was the consensus. That's who got the contract. That's what's there now currently in that location. So that's just one. I mean, there's a variety of different ways you can do that, but clearly just, obviously none of that was done there. I think when they talk about outreach, better ways to outreach, I don't think the feedback, I think the outreach was questionable. But the bigger concern was there was no mechanism to capture that feedback. I mean, the feedback loop was non-existent. I think that's the bigger challenge. So even if veterans have voiced their opinion on the front end, that doesn't do much unless there's some way to collect that and weigh it, have some value on the back end. So.
Okay, one more question or comment, excuse me, Mr. Allman.
Anthony Allman for the record. The LA Veterans Advisory Commission looked at the feedback loop and recommended a course of action that Metro could take, not only for this station, but potentially future stations moving forward. That was sent in a draft to the master plan subcommittee, so you all could take a look at that. I think that's a little too granular for the Secretary of Veteran Affairs. But, you know, that was something that was a topic of conversation. I'll just offer this as, you know, I don't think that this is, it's more anecdotal than anything. On January 19th, I reached out to Sandover. I've never met this guy. I don't know this guy. I reached out to him on Instagram. I said, hey, because I was quoted in the LA Times article, you may recall my name. Would you be willing to have a conversation? And he reached out to me and he said, absolutely. I just had to run it by Metro first. And I haven't heard back yet. So all I'm saying, in my personal experience, when I wanted to talk to this guy, he said, okay, let's talk. But because he's a commissioned artist, he has to talk to his handler. So I can just say, from my experience, reaching out to this guy, he was willing to have a conversation, and that's all I can ask for.
I'm sorry, Christine.
Hi, General. I had my niece, Annika, who's very pretty and blonde, reach out, Instagram Sandel Burke, saying that her Tia does not know how to do anything electronic. And she got a response right away, explaining that we were descendants of Arcadia and offering to help with the history of the property. And he responded right away. And then I sent him a personal email explaining who we were and explaining that we had extensive archives of pictures and the staff that worked on the property and all that kind of stuff. I didn't receive a response. And then I did it again from my personal email. And he said the same thing to me that he said to Anthony, that he would be very excited to look through everything and to be informed about the property. But he has a handler at Metro, and the handler had COVID, and he had not had a response from them. I also sent him the 1887 documentary, which for me is a wonderful explanation of the history of the property. In 10 minutes, you get the whole history rather than having to explain it when people's eyes glaze over. It's too much information. So, as Anthony said, he is willing, absolutely, to work with anyone that has help to offer. I explained also that Westwood has nothing to do with this property, that it was 1929, the Jans family developed it as part of UCLA, and that it was a wonderful opportunity for him, Metro, and all the artists to honor veterans and to show the past, the ongoing efforts now, and the vision for the future. So he's willing to, I think, reevaluate everything and work with whomever has something to offer.
Okay. Anthony, on for the record, can I piggyback on that?
Yes, Anthony.
I don't think we can say for certain that the artist is willing to reevaluate everything. I don't think, I certainly don't have that impression. But when I reached out, did he respond? The answer is yes. I mean, I think there's so many things between now and then, Metro, I think, has a lot of decisions to make. But in my experience, was he willing to engage a veteran who wanted to talk to him? In my scientific analysis, 1 of 1, the answer was yes. Seems like 2. But that's not to say that we're going to control the outcome. So, is there a risk in letting it go on past this? Sure.
The one thing he did say to me was that he had been in touch with the Tongva tribe, which are the original Indians, of course, that were on the land. I agree with Anthony. It doesn't mean he's going to change things, but he might take out Westwood Boulevard and the oil well or whatever he got in there. And the only thing that makes me believe that he will be the artist is what, I don't remember her name, said about a binding contract. And that may be an issue.
Thank you, ma'am. Anthony, do you have something else?
I mean, I get to talk, I'm like Phil, I could talk about this for.
Yeah. Any other discussion? Okay, all in favor of the amendment as written, say aye.
Aye.
I'm sorry, the recommendation, excuse me, the recommendation has been, let me do that one more time. All in favor of the recommendation as written, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay? If you voted nay, please raise your hand.
We have to check online.
And Ms. Marshall, did you get a chance to vote?
Yes, sir. I vote nay.
Thank you. Okay, the vote, the tally is 8 yes, 5 no. The recommendation passes. Josh, are you ready to read the recommendation? Okay.
Josh Bamberger for the record. The Services Subcommittee has been meeting every month, I think the first Tuesday, or something of that of the month. You're welcome to join. This is the one recommendation we've had from our meetings. And just to preface, we also had similar challenges around, do we want to be harder or more directive in our recommendation? And similar to the Master Plan Subcommittee in the last recommendation, we settled on a less controversial, perhaps less directive recommendation, but one that we could come to consensus around. And I will read it to you. The recommendation, VCOEB recommendation 19-01. Whereas permanent supportive housing is the best solution to end veterans' homelessness. Whereas temporary housing such as emergency shelter, tiny houses, treatment programs, and other transitional housing are short-term solutions that should be seen as an opportunity to assess the needs of a veteran for a long-term housing opportunity. Whereas as of January 1st, 2023, there are at least 400 veterans residing on the West LA campus in safe sheltering tent/parking sites, transitional housing beds, and emergency shelter beds. Whereas as of January 1st, 2023, there are over 2,000 HUD-VASH vouchers available to support rent for veterans in the greater LA area. Whereas there are expected to be approximately 233 units of permanent supportive housing for veterans on the West LA campus by the end of February 2023, expected. Whereas every veteran presently living in temporary housing on the West LA campus should be able to be offered high quality, respectful, affordable, and supported permanent housing. Now, therefore, let it be recommended, recommendation 19-01, Secretary of Veteran Affairs instruct the VA Greater Los Angeles Healthcare System leadership to develop a permanent housing action plan for every current resident in temporary housing on campus by June 1st, 2023, and every future resident in temporary housing within 90 days of move-in, a witnesser of today.
Okay, I have a,
I move that we accept this recommendation. Sean Van Dyke for the record.
okay, that recommendation that we approve the recommendation. Second, a motion that we approve the recommendation. So your name? Wellish, second. Dr. Wellish seconded the nomination. Discussion.
I think it's great.
Hi, Rob Bagman for the record. I think this recommendation is great as written. I will tell you that when Josh first circulated this about a month ago, I was a little skeptical of just absolutely saying permanent supportive housing is the central solution. I've been one of these guys who's looked at different forms of housing and emergency assistance and wondered how much they contribute. But I had the good fortune to get educated. I want to share with all of you a book that I think is just incredibly important. It's written by a group of housing economists. It was just published recently, and it's called Homelessness is a Housing Problem. And it basically looks at the 30 major metropolitan areas in America and using data makes the case essentially that homelessness tends to be worse in cities where housing is not affordable, where the opportunity to build housing is constrained, and where land is constrained. It's the stuff we see in Los Angeles and San Francisco. And at the end of this book, I realized Josh was right. Permanent supportive housing is the central solution. And it's going to take a long time, and it's going to be frustratingly expensive and lengthy, but I think it's the answer. So I'm a huge fan of this recommendation.
Thank you, Rob. Mr. Van Dyke.
Sean Van Dyke for the record. I agree. Permanent supportive housing is the only way that we're going to get Housing is the only way that we solve homelessness. People don't have homes, they have homes, they're not homeless anymore. So, very supportive.
Madonna.
I, of course, support this recommendation. What we've been trying to work on for 20 years now in this country in terms of ensuring that all homeless people have a place to live. It's the central antidote. But there are two words in it which I would like to offer a friendly response in a familial way. First of all, I know you choked over the February, as most of us should, because I think that should be March now, to be accurate. The units aren't going to be done in February. The other one is in the second whereas, and that would simply be in the second line, transitional housing are short-term, not solutions, but responses. So I would recommend both of those. Otherwise, flawless.
They're not in the body of the recommendation, they're in the whereases, so I don't think you even need to do that much. Keith.
Great recommendation. I would just, perhaps, I mean, just my thought. One of the whereas, when you say permanent supportive housing, as permanent supportive housing is starting to gain traction and become recognized as a strong option to deal with the homelessness problem, the challenges associated with it. Permanent supportive housing, I've seen in various circles, the definition of that is starting to morph. So permanent supportive housing to some is not the same as permanent supportive housing to others in terms of what that support is. I think if I were just to be picky, I would have added a whereas that kind of defined what the permanent supportive part of that housing entails. I mean, you spoke about it at length in your presentation really eloquently. So that's all maybe whereas that I would have added here, but I like what I see.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Allman.
I, of course, support the recommendation as is, but I just wanted to make a broader observation about this committee. You know, we're coming up on 6 years now, and we're finally feeling comfortable enough to argue in public and take votes. And I think that, you know, it's all done in a familial way, and that's a great thing. It's unfortunate that it took 6 years, but it's here, and hopefully this momentum continues, because I think these decisive decisions need to be made by a group of community members, and we are fortunate enough to be secretaries, representatives of the community, and it's a great thing. So I appreciate this discussion period. Nice.
Okay, Dr. Bamberger.
Josh Bamberger for the record, just to point out that the recommendation part is about encouraging the campus staff to engage the people who are on campus to have a plan. All this, you know, I really appreciate the support around permanent supportive housing as a solution to homelessness. But what this is saying basically, talk to everybody who's here and have a written down actionable plan. And what we went back and forth with the committee, which is what I wanted to have on there was, and if they don't, then you can't stay here anymore. Now we pulled that back, but I do want to continue to point out that the point is to get folks who are here housed. And I'm ready to vote, I think.
Any further discussion? Jim, I'm sorry. Presenter.
Jim Zenner. Yeah, I advocated pretty strong against that because that would put, I think, more of our veterans unsheltered. They either choose to be on West LA campus or they'd rather be on the street. in their communities. And I did not want veterans going from, I know we're not a huge fan of temporary shelter, but it's much better to be temporary sheltered than be on the street. It also put an extra burden on, I think, on county resources, which I don't think is a good thing. More veterans that are staying on this campus, the better. And we don't have the housing built, so it's not fair to kick them off before we get the housing built. So that's why I oppose it.
Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes unanimously. Yeah, yes, of course, Dr. Harris. We're there. We are there. You know, I'm reminded that Mr. Ullman's compliments to the group, well deserved, that the family analogy, and I feel up here as if I'm at the family picnic. And you're looking around to see who the crazy uncle is that you know will make everything turn sour before the day is over, or at least distinguish himself. And I thought it was me. But I decided it's Mr. Mangano instead. So he and I will battle for that position. We've had a good couple of days, so we'll go ahead and wrap up here. But before we do, we're going to talk about next dates. Do talk about that. We had not planned on talking about that. Okay. So let me pass it to, we'll start with Mr. Bursler and then Dr. Harris for some comments.
Thank you, sir, and thank you all. I think these committee meetings keep getting better and better for us on the VA side, at least, mainly because the dialogue is so positive, and I think the comments that we get from the public are trending that way as well, despite a few variances. But two things I wanted to ask for y'all's help with is recruiting new members. As I mentioned on the first day, we have a lot of folks coming to end of term and can't be renewed per the rules from ACMO. So we really need your help in finding great candidates and voices to represent on this committee, and suggestions for agenda topics and location for the next or immediately following meeting, where we hope to host in another city that has overcome or in the process of overcoming some of the many great challenges that Greater Los Angeles does. So thanks again for having us back out here. Please let me know how I can be supportive, how the Veterans Experience Office can be supportive. I think we have some ideas that I'll talk to some of y'all offline after the meeting, and we'll go from there. Dr. Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Borsler. Been a heck of a 2 days, and it is so exciting to see and feel real momentum now. I know a lot of people reference that over the past 2 days. I think you as a board deserve a lot of credit for that. You heard the chief say that yesterday as well. So I commend each and every one of you for that, and a seemingly tireless amount of energy and passion here to wrestle with these challenges and work with us on them. So appreciate that very much. Wanted to make a couple of real quick points in closing and in thinking forward. One thing that Tess Mako said something yesterday that really resonated with me, and when she described the first veteran moving in as the embodiment of all the work we've all done. I just thought that was poetic and a nice way to think of it. We got real people and real lives now being changed by the work we're all doing. Looking ahead at a future meeting, I'm not sure how you choose what gets presented, who the speakers are, but a couple thoughts for that. There was a lot of talk over the past 2 days about just what does veteran input mean and look like? What does the voice of the veteran look like? I wanted you to know that I had a conversation with a group of researchers at UCLA recently. One of them is actually doing a study within CTRS, doing semi-structured interviews with the veterans on CTRS, asking a really interesting range of questions, digging into everything from their past to their present to their future. I think it'd be a great thing to have that researcher present here. There were a lot of references, and there always are, to the public comment period. That's a slice of input. It is not necessarily the full range. And I think it'd be really a cool thing to have that researcher present what he's learning at CTRS, if that's of interest to the board. The other thing, I spoke at a conference in San Diego a few months ago, and there was an event in the evening. I spent the entire evening sitting next to the author of the book you described, Greg Colburn. He's one of the better speakers I've ever seen. I told him all about this project. He'd be very interested in calling in or speaking to you as a group. I think it'd be a real contribution also to our work. So just want to throw those out for consideration. And thank you all for your continued efforts. Much, much appreciated.
Thank you very much, Dr. Harris. And in recognition of her first time with us, I'll ask Ms. Purdy if she'd like to say a few words.
Thank you for letting me come and to listen to this dynamic conversation. I'll tell you, I started as a social worker 29 years ago, and lo and behold, my first job was a homeless program social worker. So I'll just say that from what I experienced 29 years ago about how individuals spoke about homeless veterans, kind of the biases that existed, to where you're at now, and how you bring forth this humanistic, emotional, compassionate view towards how to best take care of these individuals. We've come a long way as a society, and it makes me proud. So thank you for letting me visit.
You'll have to come back. Dr. Braver.
Okay, good afternoon. So thanks for coming back and participating together. And I use that word together because I think that, these meetings have gotten more collaborative to include the monthly information exchanges that we have and that sort of thing. And it allows us to improve. Also allows us to present, where we have some obstacles and work through some of those solutions as well. And being able to represent the viewpoints in a lot of different ways of the veterans whom we serve. And that's the important thing for us. We want to continue to serve those veterans who served our country. So with that, I'll just turn it back to you. Thank you very much.
Okay, give that mic to Mr. Mangano.
It's always good to be with family, I think. And being half Sicilian, that has many different meanings, I can assure you. And if I were you guys, I wouldn't sleep too soundly tonight. But I do think the voice of the consumer, and that's really what we're talking about when we hear veteran involvement. It's really the voice of the consumer. And taking that basic business principle and making it part of what we do to ensure that we can best represent the consumer in the work that we have to do. I do think we are the voice of the consumer. We are one of the voices of the consumer to the secretary, and I think that's very arduous work. And that's why I'm really happy that John Versler has agreed to present at one of our future meetings, hopefully the next meeting, to talk about the work that the Veterans Experience Office does in facilitating and holding up the voice of the consumer and letting the voice of the consumer shape policy. So I'm excited about that. I'm excited about, as Anthony mentioned, 6 years now, nearly 6 years. And I think we're finally seeing the progress with the amazing investment that's going to be made here, 361 and maybe more $1 million, and seeing some of the buildings coming to fruition and people moving in. I think that's an exciting prospect. We all know we have lots more to do, but it's always good to see some momentum and something tangible and visible and quantifiable from the work that we do. So I'm proud to be part of this group, proud to share that with Dr. Reverend General Hopper. Really appreciate his leadership, and of course, I've already spoken about Dr. Braverman and Keith and other folk around the table. It's an exciting prospect. I think moving forward, things will even get more exciting at this table. So I'm happy for that. And with that, I give you back to our leader, the Reverend Hopper.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mariano. There's an interesting story about reverence from my perspective. I'll tell you what that. I'm going to do some thank yous first. First of all, thank you to Mr. Jeff Moran for coming out to do our training and sticking with us. What our performance here reflected in your best practice. But no? Was it the crazy uncle thing? Is that? From GLA support, Ms. Rita Brown. Great talent. Thank you so much, Ms. Brown, for orchestrating this circus across the web and including our members that are participating virtually today. Scott Hathaway, the guy who was crawling around plugging things back in. Scott, thank you very much. On the DFO staff, Ms. Janet Elder, Chizito, Joe Turtle. Oh, Joe, thank you. Contract support, Ms. Cindy Costello and Natalie Chavez. Thank you so much. So, 3 or 4 months down the road here, we will try to get together again. As some have already mentioned, we're looking at alternative venues. We love GLA and we really appreciate their support. But it's also time to recognize that we've put a tremendous burden on them to come here. It all happens very smoothly and behind the scenes, but the duck's feet are paddling supersonic speed to make all that happen. Dr. Braverman, we appreciate that, and we're looking for ways to find some alternative venues. I think the other thing is 2 things. First of all, Dr. Harris, those recommendations were spot on. Those are great ideas. We'll get that on the agenda as soon as we can. And then the rest of the last 2 days to me that just really highlighted some wonderful achievements, not necessarily by the board, but I do feel like we played a part in it. And you can all be very proud of seeing that $361 million devoted to master plan. I'm doing it as a down payment. We're going to need a little bit more probably to get that done. So we need to think about that and think of things and recommend that will make that even better. The other part of that is I was reminded yesterday afternoon and somewhat today of the issues that are still out there, and most of them really focus on the services side. This AMI issue just will not go away, and I know Chief Bradshaw and her staff and Mr. Forsler are all working diligently to try to get that fixed. It is a tough one. It's going to require some perseverance. So we'll look forward to that. But we're now entering that phase that we've got veterans going into housing. Still don't know enough about the choosing process for how that happens, who goes in and who goes where. And that certainly will help us in the future. And even though I talked about services and the importance of the services that are going to support the veterans in the housing, let's not lose track of the fact that we are now in the first new construction, first part of the new construction. That will bring challenges more and more all its own. So master plan subcommittee, strap on your running shoes again. Let's make sure we stay engaged in that coming months and years. But other than that, I thank the members of the board. We had a really great session. Your participation, your frank conversations, stop short of throwing shoes across the table at each other. I appreciate that. But I think we had some really valid discussions. I applaud you all for your frankness, your civility, and your willingness to try and point out the nuances around all of the issues that we've dealt with in the last couple of days. I look forward to seeing you in a few months. Be safe in your travels and take care. We are.
Until next time. That's right. Good to see you. Alex. You're on the airplane. Good to see you.